Rolling through the center of the back straightaway, it's the 18-year-old Corey Neal Jr. in a Chase Breezy sponsored number 71. 71 sponsored by Breezy Consulting, Curtis & Son. Behind the 71 machine, that's going to be James Shirley in the 00 in the Southern Roofing number 00. Following Shirley out of West Monroe, Louisiana in the Bulletproof Tees. That's the Bulletproof Tees Macmillan's Joey Brown Plumbing number 27 of Chase Del Rio. Behind Del Rio is going to be the Lucas Oil Racing Products Advanced Power Coating number 15 of Clay Stuckey. Followed by the SBC Autos Tim Bates Drywall number 24 of Garen Lindsay. Behind Lindsay, it's going to be the 4JC. That's the Esco Electric Victory Sign and Designs Black Diamond Race Cars number 4JC of Tim Eves Sr. For the Crate Late Models. Once again, we have 21 Crate Late Models here tonight for their first appearance here at the Arclitect Speedway this year. Checker flag waves on hot lap session number 1 for the Crate Late Models as the 14 junior of Michael King Jr. going to come up limp in turns 1 and 2. Include hot exiting the speedway down the back straightaway. That's the Kenny Lindsay number 24 of Garen Lindsay, followed by the 4JC of Tim Eves Sr. The 71 is Corey Neal Jr. The 7S of Brent Stewart. F9 is Mark Powell. The 39 is Jim Spurlock. 14 junior of Michael King Jr. 00 of James Shirley. The 27 of Chase Del Rio. And the 15 is Clay Stuckey. Here comes hot lap session number 2 for the Crate Late Models. First car on the speedway out of Texarkana, Arkansas. It's going to be the W&W Timber Healthcare Express Bulletproof Tees Storm Services 5. That's the Catman, John Mitchell. Followed by the 15G. That's Jeff Larry in the J&J Motorsports. Jimmy Keel Tilly's Mobile Homes number 15G. Followed by the Mosquito Authority number 3 of Seth Trawick. The Louisiana Pump and Service Bayou Dirt Works number 57, that's Chad DuPont. Followed by the Transmissions Incorporated number 76B, that's Ethan Bryant. 57A, that's Austin DuPont. Followed by the 1, that's going to be Chris Gardner in the 1 machine. Sponsored by G&G Enterprises and CGS Farms. Also on the speedway, the Yard Services, Allen's Automotive, Harmon's Towing number 21 of David Winslet, as well as the number 1 Harmon's Towing, DP Motorsports, Cooper's Country Meat Packers number 1 of BJ Robinson. So that will conclude hot lap session number 2 for the crate late models. Exiting of the Speedway 15G is Jeff Larry, followed by the 1 of BJ Robinson. The 3 is Seth Trawick. The 1 is Chris Gardner. Chad DuPont in 57, followed by Austin DuPont in 57A. The 21 is David Winslet. The 5 is John Mitchell. And the 26B of Ethan Bryant. Here comes hot lap session number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. First car on the Speedway out of Shreveport, Louisiana, in the W&W Timber Hitman Designs Triple X. That's Sean Graham, followed by the Patriot Racing number 13 of Jeff Hammett. Colin Hodges in the 28 machine out of Wells, Texas, followed by the 09 of Dawson Moore. The 14 is Matthew Whitehead, D55 of Dalton Dubois. The 5 of Frank Cannizzaro. The 77 is Tyler Dubois, followed by the C2, currently sits second in USRA factory stock national points. That's the C2 of Todd Collier, followed by the C8 of Jeremy Crumpler. So that will conclude hot lap session number 1 for the USRA factory stock. Section of Speedway Triple X of Sean Graham. The 13 is Jeff Hammett. 28 of Colin Hodges. The 09 is Dawson Moore. The 55 is Dalton Dubois. The 5 of Frank Canizaro. The 77 is Tyler Dubois. C8 of Jeremy Crumpler. And the C2 of Todd Collier. Leading out hot lap session number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks is going to be the Sarepta Louisianan. That's the 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. Following Bechet in a new car this week, that's the B7 of Michael Turner. Following Turner, the promoter of Sabine Speedway, that's the B21 of Bubba Jones, followed by the 35 of Racing Roy. 81G, that's going to be Damon Gardner. Followed by the 38 of Mike Wells. The 81, that's Dennis Gardner Sr. Excuse me, I believe I got those two mixed up. I believe it's Damon in the black 81 and Dennis in the 81G. Also on the Speedway, Derek Durham in 99. Cole Burleson in the 22. Cole Ogden in the 50. Hayden Brown in the 53. And the 9G machine out of Atlanta, Texas, that's Ryan Green. Around in turns 3 and 4 as hot lap session number 2 for the factory concludes. So here comes hot lap session number 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Travis Hudnall in the 4-4. 4, followed by the 75-year-old of Gary Hendrickson in 00. Peyton Daughtery in 13P, Chad Herring in the 1H. It's Cole Cook in 9C. The 1D of David Edwards, Bo Perry in 12, TJ McCarty in the 35M, Justin Whitehead in 36J, Scotty Case in J27, Neil Kemp in the Club 20, the 25 is Gary Harvin. Dustin Hennigan in 22. Chris Hennigan in the C16. And Jason Ingalls in the 10X. That will conclude Hot Lap session number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. Here comes Hot Lap session number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. First car on the Speedway is going to be the 3 States Harley-Davidson number 30T of Tim McDonald, followed by the L17 Express Race Car chassis of Logan Griffin. The 1 is going to be Matt Ebarb out of Bossier City, Louisiana, followed by the 91 of Chris Freeland. The 08 is Hayden Beckham, and the 225 Lights number OB. Got Ronnie Freeland in the CCR Converters number 19. 72 out of Ore City, Texas. That's going to be Kyle Caldwell. Behind Caldwell is going to be the Benton Bullet of Josh Bauckham in the 25 out of Benton, Louisiana, followed by the 99X. That's Dustin Durham. Behind Durham is going to be the 36 of Connor Mewborn. Also on the Speedway, the 14 Junior of Michael King Jr. Got a win at Super B Speedway a few weeks back. Going to have a brief halt in Hot Lap session number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds to get Kyle Caldwell back underway in his 72 machine. So that will conclude hot lap session number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Exiting the Speedway, the 72 of Kyle Caldwell. The 30T is Tim McDonald. 14 Junior of Michael King Jr. The 91 is Chris Freeland. The 25 of Josh Bauckham. Hayden Beckham in the OB. Ronnie Freeland in 19. Dustin Durham in 99X. The L17 of Logan Griffin. And the 1 of Matt Ebarb concludes concludes hot lap session number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. First car on the Speedway for session 2 is going to be the K1 out of Marksville, Louisiana. That's Stephen Guidry. Followed by the 92 of Andrew Rossum. The number 2 of Adam Roy. Adam Roy currently sitting in the 3rd spot in national points for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Behind Roy is going to be the 21 XL of Taylor Bowes, followed by the 20 of Brent Tidwell, the 21 of Jacob Fricks, the 88 is Dustin Taylor, 35 of Aaron Roy. Aaron Roy sits 6th in national points right now for the USRA Limited Modifieds, followed by the 81 of Kyle Ingalls and the 27 of Cade Gailey. Checkered flag going to wave on hot lap session number 2 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Brent Tidwell in the 20, Taylor Bowes in 21 XL, Aaron Roy in 35, Dustin Taylor in the 88, Kyle Ingalls in 81. The K1 is Stephen Guidry, the 21 of Jacob Fricks, the 92 of Andrew Rossum, 27 is Cade Gailey, and the 2 of Adam Roy. Leading hot lap session number 3 for the USRA Modifieds. It's going to be the driver who sits 15th in national points right now for the USRA Limited Modifieds. That's BJ Moore in 00. Followed by the 25J of Jacob McCrae. The 18J, that's Jake Huckabee. The 18 of Stephen Hogan. The 7 is Chad Morgan. 42 of Timothy Holt. The 47cc of Connor Williams. And back on the Speedway, the 12T, that is an arms modified of Tyler Townsend. That will conclude hot lap session number 3 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. BJ Moore in 00, Stephen Hogan in 18, Jacob McRae in 25J, Jake Huckabee in 18J. The 7 of Chad Morgan, the 47cc is Connor Williams, 42 is Timothy Holt, and the 12T of Tyler Townsend. Here comes hot lap session number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. First car on the Speedway out of Ashdown, Arkansas. That's going to be the 2 of Austin Marshall, followed by the Fast Fix Dent Repair, number 46 out of Benton, Louisiana. That's going to be Jackson Gallagher in the 46. Followed by the K5 of Candace Roberts. The 1X is Clay Gardner. Cade Gardner behind him in 69. The 10 is Eddie Brewer. Got Ben McDuff in the F5, as well as Billy Smith in the 18S. Now entering the Speedway, going to be the 48 of Mark Crawley out of Dangerfield, Texas, as well as the 9 out of Falk, Arkansas. That's Austin Davis. So that will conclude the hot lap session for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. Jackson Gallagher in 46, Candace Robertson K5, 1X of Clay Gardner. The 10 is Eddie Brewer, the 18S of Billy Smith, F5 of Ben McDuff. The 48 is Mark Crawley, and Austin Davis in the 9. Race fans, at this time, we'd like to ask you to rise so we can go to the Lord in prayer, asking for his blessing over this event. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you so much for allowing us to be here at the dirt track tonight and enjoy what we love to do. We pray for your hedge of protection over all the drivers, race fans, spectators, track officials, as well as crew members. And please keep us safe as we return home from tonight after a great night of racing. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh,
right, race fans, it's time to kick off the action here at the land of the three-wide Arklatex Speedway. First off, we're going to have our Pro Mod division. We'll have 2 heats. We have 18 entries. All cars will advance to the A main. We are using passing points for all of our classes. So there's a designated amount of points per position, finishing position, as well as a designated amount of points per pass that you make. And the highest combined point totals will set up our feature lineup for the Pro Mod division. So each heat will be 8 laps in distance for the Pro Mods. We're going to have these drivers roll in the top side of the speedway real quick as we set the lineup for heat race number 1 for the Pro Mods. On the pole winner here last time at Arklatex Speedway, that's going to be the Seegers Roofing number 22 out of Marshall, Texas. That's Robert Graham. To his outside in the Vic's Paint and Body number 4V, that's going to be Doug Vick Jr. To the inside of row number 2. That is scheduled to be the 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. Here comes Jeffrey and his Ken's number 4 machine. To his outside, the Team 99 Barbecue. To the inside of row number 3. Inside of row 3, you'll find the Easley Motorsports number 20 of Michael Easley. To his outside in the Glenn Stewart Comedy number G25, that's going to be Glenn Stewart in the Lindsay Motorsports G25. On the inside of row number 4, that's going to be the Lindsay Motorsports number star 3 of Robert DeLude. And to his outside in the Everything Artsy Events Down Home Meets 515 out of Houghton, Louisiana, that's Trent Humphrey. Humphrey's got a win here at the Speedway this year. And starting on the 5th row by himself, that's going to be the Bell's Towing and Recovery Hitman Designs 49C of Tim Bell. So we have a slight miscommunication because of how many 99 cars we have in this division. So Milton Braun exiting the speedway thinking he's on the track for the incorrect heat race when he is in fact supposed to be on the track right now for heat race number 1. So we're trying to get him back to the speedway as quickly as possible so we can get heat race number 1 started for the Pro Mods. To the Arklatex Diesel 199 of Josh Warren, going to fill the empty spot on the outside of the 2nd row to the outside of Jeffrey Bechet. So 8 laps. Once again, we are utilizing passing points. Top 8 line as the 4 Baget holds the 3rd spot for now, followed by Easley and Warren. Your top 5 cars right now. Here comes Humphrey to the inside of Warren. He'll take away the 5th spot. So it's Vic followed by the 22 of Graham. Baget, Easley, and Humphrey, your top 5 cars right now, followed by Warren, Stewart, Delude, and Bell. 2 laps down, 6 to go for the Vivian Louisianan turned Marshall Texan 4V of Doug Vick Jr. As a battle for the 4th spot ensues between the 20 and the 515. That's Michael Easley and Trent Humphrey, both former modified standouts who have turned to Pro Mods. These two have figured out a way to get these modifieds to hook up on the slick tires here at Arklatex Speedway. Top 5 distancing themselves as the 199 of Warren has problems. He's going to pull off the back straightaway. Humphrey's going to take the 4th spot from Easley this time as the 22 of Graham inches closer to the race lead of Doug Vick Jr. Here comes the 22 of Graham. He's got to run down the back straightaway. Going to follow right behind the 4B. 4B sails up. Here comes the 22 of Graham. Halfway this time, Vick leads, followed by Graham. Baget, Humphrey, and Easley, your top 5 cars, as Stewart, Delude, and Bell round out the field. Humphrey working a bit higher than the 3 cars in front of him. Excuse me, there's a white flag waves this time. It was 2 to go last time around. 4B continues to lead. Here comes Robert Graham looking to the outside down the back straightaway. What can the 22 pull off here? Entering 3 and 4 for the final time. He's not going to have enough. Doug Vick Jr. wins heat race number 1 in 4B. Robert Graham is 2nd. Jeffrey Baget 3rd. Trent Humphrey is 4th. And rounding out the top 5, Michael Easley in the 20. So here comes heat race number 2 for the Pro Mods. On the pole, that's going to be the Vivian Louisiana racer. In the Pine Island Rock and Dirt, J&J Well Service number 87. That's Julianne Whitney. To her outside in memory of racing number 27L. That's Carl Lindsay. To the inside of row number 2 in the Sinla RV Center, number 16, that's Jason Beasley, excuse me. To his outside is going to be Dakota Isley out of Texarkana, Arkansas in the 1. On the inside of row number 3 out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that's going to be Bear Malthop. To his outside will be the Team Barbecue 99 of Milton Braun. On the inside of row number 4, that's going to be the Jays Lawn Care, number 2 of Jeff Rice. Motorsports Backwoods Barbecue, number 8 of Bubba Thomas. And on the 5th and final itself, that's going to be the Carthage Mechanic. So lights are out. We'll go green this next time by. Once again, 8 laps. Passing points is the name of the game tonight for every division. So Pro Mod heat race number 2. We got Whitney, Lindsay, Beasley, Marthop, Rice, Thomas, Tutt, and Isley. Your 8 cars in this heat race. The 99 of Milton Braun not going to make the call. We're going to go 8 laps for heat race number 2 for the Pro Mods. It'll be 3 wide down the front straightaway as Jason Beasley looks to the inside of Julianne Whitney. Carl Lindsay going to get the jump in 27L on the outside of the Speedway. Here comes Rice to the outside of his teammate in the 16. That's Beasley. Teammate cars of the 2 in the 16. As Carl Lindsay going to come up in an early lead in the 27L. Lindsay, Whitney, Rice, Beasley, and Malthop, your top 5 cars right now in heat race number 2 for the Pro Mods. Here comes Beasley back to the inside of Rice down the back straightaway. They're side by side for the 3rd spot as Lindsay's trying to pull away from the field in 27L. Once again, Lindsay and Whitney, your top 2 cars, side by side at the line. That time they're 3 wide through turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, Whitney's in the middle of a sandwich between the teammates of Rice and Beasley. And here comes Beasley, going to throw a slide job right in front of the 87. Contact made between Beasley and Whitney as Rice will take advantage and he'll power into the 2nd spot. Beasley takes 3rd now as Malthop continues to run 5th. But Carl Lindsay continues to lead in the 27L. So Lindsay, Rice, Beasley, Whitney, Malthop, Tut, Thomas, and Isley are the running order right now. As Carl Lindsay continues to lead in the 27L. Bit of a local legend out here in the 27L, multiple top stock winner all around the Arklatex at Champion Park Speedway as well as Boot Hill Speedway. The number of the 27L is rather legendary around these parts, and right now he's got it out front over the seems to gain on the entrance of 1 and loses on the exit of 2 as the 27L continues followed by Jeff Wright, Jason Beasley, Julianne Whitney, and Dakota Tutt rounds out the top 5. Bear Malthop will finish in the 6th position. Bubba Thomas 7th, and Dakota Isley will finish in the 8th position. It is now time for the USRA American Racer Modified Series heat races. Here comes Star One Roofing heat race number 1 on the pole out of McKinney, Texas. That's going to be the Extreme Brand Products number 66X of Mike Dillard. To his outside, the winner of the arms race here earlier this year and the current points leader for the USRA American Racer Modified Series, the TQC Panel Trust Southern Roofing number 16. That's Winnigan Chris Hennigan. To the inside of row number 2 out of Adair, Oklahoma. That's going to be the ABJ Heat and Air, number 55 of Nathan Hager. To his outside. Out of Benton, Arkansas. In the Province sign and neon F27, that's going to be Lindsay Province. To the inside of row number 3. It's going to be the Frog 718 of Tommy Cannon out of Denham Springs, Louisiana. To his outside, out of Henderson, Texas, it's the Soapy King Car Wash Panel Trust 2S of Stephen Gaddis. To the inside of row number 4, it's going to be the First Class Automotive number 53 out of Westville, Oklahoma. That's Aaron Moss. And to his outside in the Genuine RV Soapy King Car Wash Panel Trust number 6, that's going to be Donnie Powers out of Henderson, Texas. Once again, passing points is the goal here for all divisions tonight. So once again, a set amount of points for finishing position as well as a certain amount of points for passes. And here we go with Dillard and Hennigan going to lead us to green and heat Star One Roofing heat race number 1. Dillard going to throw a slider. Here comes Hennigan back to the inside as Mike Dillard will have the lead down the back straightaway as a 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Province, Hager, and the 718 going to take the early advantage of Cannon. So Dillard, Hennigan, Cannon, and Province, your top 4 cars through lap number 1 in Star One Roofing heat race number 1. Here comes Tommy Cannon looking to the inside of Chris Hennigan for the 2nd spot. As Dillard continues to lead in the 66X. Here comes Stephen Gaddis in 2X looking to the inside of Lindsay Province for the 4th spot. As Nathan Hager runs in the 6th position, followed by the 53 of Aaron Moss and the 6 of Donnie Powers. 718 of Tommy Cannon applying pressure to Chris Hennigan, who currently runs 2nd in his 16 machine. As here comes Stephen Gaddis, he's going to throw a slider on the F27 to take the 4th spot away from Lindsey Province in the F27. So Dillard, Hennigan, Cannon, and Gaddis, your top 4 cars right now, followed by Province, Hager, Moss, and Powers. Gaddis got some right rear spoiler damage on that 2S machine. Province going to gain down the back straightaway as the 66X of Dillard has a comfortable advantage over the 16 of Chris Hennigan and the 718 of Tommy Cannon. Here comes Nathan Hager looking to the inside of Province for the 4th spot as Dillard sees 2 to go this time. Here comes Hager to the inside for the 5th spot. As Donnie Powers going to lose control through turns 3 and 4, and he'll come to a stop on the inside of the speedway. Caution flag going to wave for the 6th machine of Donnie Powers with 6 laps down, 2 laps to go in Star One Roofing Heat Race number 1. Star One Roofing and Construction are a reputable storm restoration expert specializing in hail damage. Locally owned and operated, Star One Roofing and Construction specializes in full roof replacement, so their customers know they can rely on them to provide expert assistance. Thank you to Star One Roofing for sponsoring Heat Race number 1 for the American Racer Modified Series here tonight at Arclotech Speedway. So lights are out. We're going to have 2 laps to go in Heat Race number 1 presented by Star One Roofing. That's the 66X of Mike Dillard. Chris Hennigan runs in the 2nd spot. He's going to choose the inside, sending the 718 of Tommy Cannon to his outside. Cannon started from the 5th spot. He's worked his way up to 3rd, trying to grab a few more passing and finishing points as there's 2 laps to go this time for the Denham Springs, Louisiana. Dillard going to get a good jump. Here comes Hennigan and Cannon. Followed by Gaddis, Province, and Hager. Here comes Hager to the inside of Province as Hennigan's going to throw a slider for the lead. Contact between the 16 and the 66X, but Hennigan has the lead coming out of turn number 2. White flag going to wave this time for the Marshall Texan, and here comes Dillard back to his inside through turns 1 and 2. Dillard going to fall in line, fade to the top side as here comes Cannon to the inside of Dillard. Hennigan leads, followed by Cannon and Dillard. The top 3 cars have broken away, coming out of turn 3 and 4, taking Heat Race number 1. Chris Hennigan, followed by Tommy Cannon, Mike Dillard, Stephen Gaddis, and Lindsey Province, your top 5 cars. Nathan Hager finishing 6th. Donnie Powers is 7th. And rounding out the field, that's going to be Aaron Moss in the 53 machine. So what a restart for the 16 of Chris Hennigan. Going to steal Heat Race number 1, presented by Star One Roofing. Here comes Heat Race number 2, presented by TNT Auto Parts. TNT Auto Parts has over 1,000 vehicles in stock that you can go and pick the part you need and get it for a small fraction of the price of going to a parts store. TNT Auto Parts Heat Race number 2 going to line up like this. On the pole out of Longview, Texas. Actually, Hallsville, Texas, excuse me. That's the IRP Race Cars RKT Consulting number 12 of Jason Ingalls. To his outside out of Longview, Texas, that's going to be the JCT Auto Sales number 75 of Kyle Taylor. To the inside of row number 2, that's going to be the 75J out of Lincoln, Arkansas. That's Jeremy Lacoe in the First Class Automotive 75J. To his outside, the TNT Auto Parts 12T of Tyler Townsend. The TaylorMade 14T is Tristan Dykes. Larry Shaw Race Car 79 of Randall Settle, and the Panel Trust 7 of Sean Gaddis. We're greens are Heat Race number 2 presented by TNT Auto Parts. Hennigan and Taylor, Ingalls and Taylor are going to go side by side in the turns number 1 as they're 3 wide for 3rd down the back straightaway briefly. As Dykes and Townsend split Lacoe. Here comes Tristan Dykes to the inside of Kyle Taylor, who collects the wall on the front straightaway. Ingalls and Dykes out front. Here comes Gaddis to the inside for the 3rd spot as Dykes takes the lead from Ingalls. So it's Dykes, Ingalls, Gaddis, Taylor, and Townsend, your top 5 cars right now. So Tristan Dykes picking up right where he left off here last fall here at Arclotech Speedway as he picked up the Arms Modified win here last year. Late in the 2021 season, he's TaylorMade number 15T. Single file all over the racetrack at the moment as Dykes leads, followed by Hennigan here. Followed by Ingalls, excuse me again. Gaddis runs in the 3rd spot, and the 12T of Townsend rounds out the top 4 right now. So Dykes leads in his tailor-made innovative auto glass number 14T. Jason Ingles is second. Sean Gaddis running in the third spot right now, followed by Tyler Townsend in the 12T. Here comes Randall Settle looking to the inside of Kyle Taylor. They'll briefly go side by side for fifth. This is a side-by-side battle for the second spot. Here comes Sean Gaddis to the inside of Jason Ingles with 2 laps to go this time for the 14T of Tristan Dykes. Ingles going to use the high side momentum to power to the outside of the 7 as the battle for fifth heats up once again side by side between Settle and Taylor as the 14T of Dykes sees the white flag. Started from the 5th position, quickly gained the lead, and coming out of turns 3 and 4, taking TNT Auto Parts Heat Race number 2, Tristan Dykes in 14T. Jason Ingles is second, Sean Gaddis third, Tyler Townsend fourth. Rounding out the top 5 will be Randall Settle. Finishing 6th will be Jeremy Lacoe as Kyle Taylor sitting in the top of turns 1 and 2. So the 75 will be scored with the 7th place finishing position. So here comes Texas Locomotive Solutions Heat Race number 3. On the pole out of El Dorado, Arkansas in the Barnhart Engines Octane Trailer 7P. That's going to be Jody Reap. To his outside out of Texarkana, Texas, that's going to be Jake Huckabee. Huckabee in the TJ Racing number 18J. To the inside of row number 2, that's going to be the 511 of Tanner Barnhart out of North Little Rock, Arkansas. In the Barnhart Engines 511, excuse me. To his outside is going to be Manuel Williams the second in the Charlie Williams Painting Pro-Am Transmission number 24M. On the inside of row number 3, that's going to be Manuel Williams Sr. in the Charlie Williams Painting number 24. To his outside in the Star One Roofing PSC DRS Buckmeyer Motorsports number 13J, that is James McCreary. And by himself on row number 4, that's going to be the 211 out of New Roads, Louisiana. That's Richie Ginn in the 211. So we called for 7 cars. We only have 5 on the Speedway right now. We are missing the 7P of Jody Reap as well as the 511 of Tanner Barnhart. So we'll go green with 5 cars in heat race number 2. The Texas Locomotive Solutions heat race number 2 for the Arms Modified. Manuel Williams the second, going to get a good jump to the outside of Jake Huckabee for the race lead on lap number 1. As James McCreary busts into the 3rd spot, followed by Manuel Williams Sr. and Richie Ginn. Here comes Sr. back to the inside of McCreary. Can't pull it off just yet as Manuel Williams the second leads, followed by the 18J of Huckabee. McCreary and Williams Sr. going to go side by side momentarily for the 3rd spot as Ginn rounds out your field in the 211. Nearly a 3-car battle for the 2nd spot now as Manuel Williams the second trying to leave the field in his Pro 1 transmission number 24M. Huckabee still has 2nd, being pressured by the 13J, the Star One Roofing 13J of McCreary. Williams Sr. continuing to pressure McCreary for the 3rd spot. Richie Ginn just an onlooker at this point, watching the 3-car battle for the 2nd spot from a distance where he can strike if something occurs. But the 24M setting sail on the field, that's Manuel Williams the second. They call him Lil Man, and he's out front and in control of heat race number 3 presented by Texas Locomotive Solutions right now. So Williams, Huckabee, McCreary, Williams, and Ginn is your current running order. As Williams the second going to come out of turn number 4 and see 2 laps to go this time. Here comes McCreary to the inside of Huckabee for the 2nd spot. At the line, it's too close to call. They're side by side for the 2nd spot with 2 laps to go. McCreary on the inside, Huckabee on the outside. McCreary going to get the advantage down the back straightaway. As Ginn begins to battle Williams Sr. for the 4th spot. As Williams the second sees the white flag this time, followed by McCreary, Huckabee, Williams Sr., and Ginn. Down the back straightaway with no pressure being applied from anyone. Gonna rip the top one more time in turns 3 and 4. The 24M of Manuel Williams is second. Takes heat race number 3. James McCreary is second. Jake Huckabee finishes in the 3rd place position, followed by the 24 of Manuel Williams Sr. and rounding out the field, the 211 of Richie Ginn. So Texas Locomotive Solutions sponsored heat race number 3. Texas Locomotive Solutions is a mobile locomotive repair company that is family owned and operated. Since our founding in 2014, we have grown to cover the entire state of Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Louisiana, Arkansas, and southern Kansas. Thank you, Texas Locomotive Solutions, for sponsoring heat race number 3 for the Arms Modifieds. Here comes heat race number 4, sponsored by Innovative Auto Glass and Window Tint. And on the pole out of Lubbock, Texas, it's going to be the D&D Well Services number 7X of Chris Dawson. To his outside is going to be the Arclitect Shop Builders, Arclitect's Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals number 9R of Baron Prince. On the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports number 38T of TJ Tollison. To his outside, the Drive DriveWFX.com Male Hamilton Ford Duval Electric number 91. That's the 91 of Joe Duval. To his outside is going to be the 2G of Kenny Gaddis and the Transmissions Unlimited TNT Auto Parts 2G. On the inside of row number 3, it's going to end up being the Dad Super Pawn number 46 out of Socher, Mississippi. That's Jade Lusenberg. And TJ Tollison in the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports number 38T going to fall into the outside of row number 3 after showing late for heat race number 4, presented by Innovative Auto Glass and Window Tint. So we'll go with 6 cars, 8 laps. Dawson and Prince going to get us started. Here comes Duval to the inside of Prince. He'll take the 2nd spot quickly, as does Gaddis. Gaddis going to try to follow Duval. Prince going to get a run to his outside, and they're 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Lusenberg, Gaddis, and Prince, as Dawson leads, followed closely by Duval. Here comes Big Daddy Joe Duval to the inside of the 7X. Dawson going to hold him off for now. So it's Dawson and Duval, followed by Gaddis, Lusenberg, and Prince for top 5, with Tollison running in the 6th position. Duval going to throw it to the top, see what he can find, as Gaddis slips up on the cushion. But he's going to get the momentum down the back straightaway to hold off Lusenberg for the 3rd spot. Dawson on the bottom, Duval's on the top. Duval trying to get the momentum going in his number 91 machine. Sponsored by My Wife's Credit Card. Here comes the 91 of Big Daddy Joe Duval. But the 7X of Dawson running a flawless heat race number 4 so far on the inside of the Speedway. As Tollison gets loose in turns 3 and 4, the 38T facing the wrong direction. He's got to turn it around, and we'll stay green for heat race number 4, presented by Innovative Auto Glass and Window Tint. Dawson continuing to lead as there are 3 laps to go this time for the 7X out of Lubbock, Texas. Dawson in the D&D Well Servicing, Tyler Stevens Motorsport Solutions, and Consulting MB Custom Race Car 7X going to have 2 laps to go this time. Duval's staying, or Dawson is picking up speed. Duval's going to go back to the inside, and here comes Gaddis on the top. Kenny Gaddis going to apply pressure for the 2nd spot as he's looking to the outside of the 91 machine. The white flag's going to wave for the 7X of Dawson this time. Here comes Kenny G. Kenny Gaddis going to look to the top once again in the 2G machine. Can he get a run down the back straightaway? Here comes Gaddis to the outside of Duval. Dawson on the inside of the Speedway. He's going to win it. Who's going to have second? Gaddis out of turn 4. Kenny Gaddis going to pull it off, followed by Joe Duval, Jay Lusenberg, and rounding out the top 5 is Baron Prince. So Chris Dawson in 7X is going to take Innovative Auto Glass and Window Tint heat race number 4. 4 great heat races from the USRA American Racer Modified Series. Well, they'll be back later on tonight with 1B main and then their feature, which pays $2,000 to the winner. So here comes onto the Speedway heat race number 1 of 3 for the crate late models tonight. On the pole of heat race number 1, it's going to be the Shot King Thurman's Heat and Air. J&W Seasoning, number 14J of Michael King Jr. To his outside, good to see him back after a nasty flip at Sabine Speedway a few weeks ago. That's the Yard Services, number 21. Little works in progress. Harmon's Towing, 21 of David Winslet. To the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the Bulletproof Tees. Macmillan's Joey Brown Plumbing, number 27 of Chase Del Rio. To the outside of Del Rio will be the Black Diamond Race Cars. Advanced Power Coating, number 54G of Garrett Gibson. Not seeing Garrett out there just yet. Scheduled to start on the inside of row number 3. Out of Louisville, Arkansas, in the G&G Enterprises CGS Farms number 1X, that's Chris Gardner. To his outside, out of West Monroe, Louisiana, that's the Mosquitoes Authority Salt Racks number 3 of Seth Trawick. And rounding out the field out of Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Louisiana Pumping Services, Bayou Dirt Works number 57, that's Chad DuPont. Heat races will be 8 laps, passing points once again, and all cars will advance to the A. So Garrett Gibson and 54G going to make the call, as well as the 1X of Chris Gardner. So we have all 7 cars here. Now we can get heat race number 1 started. Once again, it's passing points. All cars will advance. 21 crate late models here in the house tonight. For the first time, the crate late models have hit the Speedway for racing action here in the 2022 season here at the Land of the 3 Wide. So it's going to be King, Winslet, Del Rio, Gibson, Gardner, Trawick, and DuPont. Your 7 cars, as King Jr. may have a problem in the 14 Junior once again. Saw the 14 Junior slow at the end of hot laps. May have a recurring problem on that 14 Junior machine. As the pole sitter going to pull off before heat race number 1. Brand new car for Michael King Jr. in the 14 Junior, and he's not even going to get to earn a competitive lap here in the heat race. We're going to crisscross the lineup now, putting Winslet to the inside of row number 1. That'll throw Del Rio to the outside. Gibson on the inside of row 2. Gardner outside of 2. Trawick and DuPont make up row number 3. So now we'll go with 6 cars for heat race number 1 for the crate late models. So Winslet and Del Rio going to bring us to green in heat race number 1 for the crate late models. Here we go. $1,000 to win tonight, as well as tomorrow afternoon. Del Rio going to power to the outside. Winslet's through the middle. They're side by side down the back straightaway. Gibson holds the 3rd spot as Trawick and Gardner are side by side for the 5th spot. Del Rio will lead lap number 1, followed closely by Winslet. And here comes the 54G of Gibson. DuPont looking to the outside of Gardner. He's going to look to take the 5th spot now, as Trawick gets a great run out of turn number 2. Big push from Del Rio. Here comes the 21 of Winslet. Del Rio, Winslet, Gibson, and Trawick as DuPont takes the 5th spot from Gardner now. Here comes Winslet to the inside of Del Rio down the back straightaway. 21 and 27 side by side for the lead. Winslet's on the inside. Del Rio's on the outside. At the line, Del Rio still has the lead. Great race so far between Winslet and Del Rio, a pair of former modified standouts, now turned crate late model stars. Here in the Arklatex, contact between the 21 and 27, and Winslet takes the lead. How will Del Rio respond? He's going to get a bit loose in turns 1 and 2, and Winslet's going to power away and extend his advantage out front in his 21 machine. Looks like the 57 of Chad DuPont has left the Speedway. As will stay green, Winslet, Del Rio, and Gibson have pulled away from the 3-car of Treywick, who has a large advantage over the 1X of Gardner. 2 laps to go this time for the Yard Services 21. Del Rio throwing it hard to the bottom in his 27 machine, sponsored by Bulletproof Tees. Here comes Chase Del Rio. Garrett Gibson gonna look to the inside as Del Rio's gonna get loose on the top. And here comes Treywick, they're gonna collide. Caution flag and away for the 27 of Chase Del Rio as he got in just a bit too hard in turns 3 and 4. Gonna spin and collect the 3 of Seth Treywick. From this vantage point, it may appear that the 3 of Treywick may have the more significant damage of the pair. As the caution flag will wave, 6 down and 2 laps to go. We'll have a green-white checkered restart in heat race number 1 for the crate late models. Appears to be pretty minimal damage to the backside of the 27 machine, considering he got hit by a full-speed car while sitting still in turns 3 and 4. So we'll see if he's able to continue in the 27 machine. Winner at Super B Speedway 2 weekends ago. As Del Rio hasn't ran many times this year, but every time he pulls into a Speedway, he's an instant threat. Former winner of the Dustin Duncan Memorial at Boot Hill Speedway, a modified race that used to pay $3,333 to win. So we got some debris falling off the 3 machine of Treywick. We'll collect that, and we'll get back underway with 2 laps to go in heat race number 1 for the crate late models. So lights are out, 2 laps to go for the heat race number 1 for the crate late models, excuse me. As Winslet leads, followed by Gibson, Gardner, Treywick, and Del Rio. As DuPont has pulled off early, he'll finish in the 6th position, and King pulled off before the race even began. So Michael King Jr. will be scored with 7th for heat race number 1. 3 heats of 7 make up the 21 cars we have tonight. We got 2 laps to settle heat race number 1. Back out front, here comes Gibson to his inside. Gibson gonna throw it in hard, try to apply some pressure as the 3 of Treywick gonna slow through turns 1 and 2. Something awry with the 3 machine as Del Rio gonna throw a slide job on Gardner for the 2nd spot. White flag waves for Winslet. Winslet, Gibson, Del Rio, and Gardner. Looks like they're gonna remain in that running order for the conclusion of the final lap of heat race number 1. Coming out of turn number 4, the Yard Services 21. David Winslet takes heat race number 1. Garrett Gibson is 2nd, Chase Del Rio's 3rd. And the 1X of Chris Gardner rounds out the top 4. And here comes heat race number 2 for the crate late models on the pole out of Arcadia, Louisiana. It's going to be the Pafford Air 1, number 39 of Jim Spurlock. To his outside, it's going to be the young 18-year-old out of Bridge City, Texas. That's going to be the Breezy Consulting, Curtis and Son 71 of Corey Neal Jr. To the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the DP Motorsports Harmon's Towing, number 1 of BJ Robinson. To his outside, the A-Mark Metals, Arclitect Shop Builders, Arclitect's Garage Doors 9R of Baron Prince. On the inside of row number 3, it's going to be the 24 machine, the SBC Autos, Tim Bates Drywall, number 24 of Garen Lindsay. To his outside, the Powell & Son, number F9 of Mark Powell. And rounding out the field on the final row out of Doyline, Louisiana, it's going to be the 7S. That's Brent Stewart in the Antler Shed, Deer Blinds, Lane Mays Plumbing, number 7S. 8 laps, 7 cars. We're going green for heat race number 2 for the crate late models. Spurlock and Neal. That's Neal Jr. As Corey Neal Jr. going to power to the outside of Spurlock and take the early race lead. Here comes Robinson to the inside. He'll take the second spot. Spurlock going to spin right in front of the 9R of Prince. All cars able to avoid him. And Spurlock going to spin back around, and we will stay green. So Neal Jr. got the early race lead in 71. As now the caution flag going to wave. So caution flag called on the 39 of Jim Spurlock. So we got 1 lap down. We're going to go 7 more as Robinson going to choose the outside, sending Garen Lindsay to his inside. Prince and Stewart make up row number 3, followed by Powell and Spurlock as Corey Neal Jr. is in control so far in his 71 machine. Robinson going to power to the outside of Lindsay once again for the second spot. The 9R of Baron Prince holds fourth down the back straightaway. So it's Neal, Robinson, Lindsay, Prince, and Stewart, your top 5 through 3 laps of heat race number 2. Race fans, it doesn't matter what kind of car you put him in. This young man is impressive. The 18-year-old out front, that's Corey Neal Jr. He can run a limited modified. He can run a modified, a crate late model, a street stock at the Street Stock Nationals in Mississippi. This kid can do it all, and he's proven it here at the land of the 3-wide right now, as he's got a large advantage over the regular with the Comp Cam Super Dirt Series of BJ Robinson. Two laps to go this time for the 71. That's Corey Neal Jr. followed by BJ Robinson. Garen Lindsay holds the 3rd spot. Baron Prince is 4th, and Mark Powell now has the 5th spot. As the white flag going to wave this time for the Bridge City Texan. Down the back straightaway with no pressure from anyone. Going through turns 3 and 4 one final time. Taking the win of heat race number 2, it's the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. BJ Robinson will finish in the 2nd spot, followed by Garen Lindsay, Baron Prince, and rounding out the top 5 is going to be Mark Powell in the F9. Brent Stewart is 6th, and Jim Spurlock rounds out the field in the 7th place finishing position. So very impressive run right there from the 18-year-old of Corey Neal Jr. Going to power out to the front, and he leads all 8 laps convincingly in heat race number 2 for the crate late models. And here comes heat race 3, the 3rd and final heat race for the crate late models tonight. On the pole out of Texarkana, Arkansas is going to be the Healthcare Express, WW Timber, Bulletproof Tees, Storm Services number 5 of the Catman, John Mitchell. To his outside, and the Victory Sign and Designs Black Diamond Race Cars, Esco Electric 4JC, that's Tim Eves Sr. To the inside of row number 2, that's going to be the Lucas Oil Advanced Power Coating number 15 of Clay Stuckey. To the outside of Stuckey, it's going to be the 15G. That is Jeff Larry in the J&J Motorsports 15G. Austin DuPont in 57A, James Shirley in the Southern Roofing 00, and Ethan Bryant in 76B. 7 cars, 8 laps. Here we go for heat race number 3. Catman going to get a good jump early as he takes the early race lead. Here comes Stuckey to the inside of Eves. As Larry holds the 3rd spot, the 4th spot, followed by DuPont. Here comes Austin DuPont to the inside of Jeff Larry. They'll go side by side for the 4th spot. As Clay Stuckey goes side by side with Tim Eves Sr. for the 2nd spot, while the Catman's out front in the 5 machine. So it's Mitchell, Eves, Stuckey, Larry, and DuPont, your top 5 cars right now. James Shirley sitting right there in the 6th spot with the 76B of Ethan Bryant. Rounding out the field as here comes Clay Stuckey to the inside. He'll take the 2nd spot from Eves Sr. this time. DuPont and Larry continuing to battle for the 3rd spot. They're side by side, as well as the side-by-side battle for, that's a side-by-side battle for 4th between Larry and DuPont. Side-by-side battle for 2nd between Eves and Stuckey right now. But so far, it's just the Catman out front, as Stuckey loses a lot of ground on Eves Sr. that time coming out of turn number 2. So it's Mitchell, Eves Sr., Stuckey, DuPont, and Larry rounding out your top 5. Shirley and Bryant rounds out your field. So there's going to be 2 laps to go this time for the Catman out of Texarkana. That's John Mitchell in the 5. Here comes Shirley to the inside of Larry. He'll take away the 5th spot. James Shirley in the 00. One more time around for the WW Timber Bulletproof Tees number 5. As Eves is trying to stay with him, not quite gaining any ground. Doesn't look like he's losing any either. But regardless, he's going to run out of time. As heat race number 3 going to go to the Catman, John Mitchell in the 5 machine. 2nd will go to Tim Eves, followed by Clay Stuckey, Austin DuPont, and James Shirley. Jeff Larry is 6th, and Ethan Bryant will round out the field in the 7th spot. So John Mitchell going to take heat race number 3 for the Crate Late Models. We would like to wish a happy birthday to Gentry Larry, the daughter of the 15G right there. She turned 3 the other day. Jeff Larry's daughter, Gentry. Happy birthday to Gentry Larry. So here comes heat race number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. We have 40 factory stocks in the house tonight, so we're going to have 4 heats of 10 cars. Just like every other division here tonight, it is the passing point system. So no certain amount of cars are going to advance from this heat race. But you got to pass as many cars as you can and finish as high as you can to try to lock yourself into the A-main from one of these heat races. Heat race number 1 on the pole, that's going to be Stephen Thompson in 107. His outside is Derek Durham. Inside of row 2, Mike Wells with Bo Perry to his outside. Vietnam vet of Gary Hendrickson with Racing Roy. Colin Hodges, Chad Herring, Michael Turner, and Cole Cook. We're going green for heat race number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. Roy and Hendrickson get tangled as Durham has the lead, followed by Perry, Wells, and Thompson, your top 4 cars right now. Here comes Bo Perry to the inside. They're side by side for the lead. Perry on the inside, Durham on the outside. Lap number 1 is going to go to Durham. As Mike Wells inching closer in the Roto-Rooter number 38. Sponsored by Arklatex Veterinarian Clinic and Central Air and Heating. As once again the laser race cars number 12 to the inside of the 99. Can't quite pull off the move just yet. Durham and Perry side by side all around the speedway right now. As here comes Colin Hodges looking for the 4th spot from Thompson. As Perry's going to take the lead down the back straightaway. He'll edge ahead of the 99X. But here comes Durham back to the outside with the top side momentum. He'll maintain the lead. Durham, Perry, and Wells have broken away from Thompson and Hodges, rounding out your top 5. As here comes Perry to the inside once again. Great battle so far between Perry and Durham. Looks like Durham going to surrender that spot. And he's going to push, has problems on the 99X. Durham's got problems, and he's going to break down the front straightaway right in front of the whole field. Still maintaining a decent speed, but something is clearly awry with that car as they go 4 wide going by him. Hodges and Herring both split the slower car, the 107 of Thompson, as Perry leads, followed by Wells. Hodges, Herring, and Thompson, your top 5 cars right now, with Racing Roy in 6th. Gary Hendrickson is 7th, and Michael Turner rounding out the field right now. So 2 laps to go this time for the Superior Bar and Grill number 12 of Bo Perry, followed by the 38 of Mike Wells. As the caution flag gonna wave. I believe that caution is for the smoking 107 car of Stephen Thompson, as he slowed in turns 3 and 4. So the caution was for the 107 of Thompson. As we have 5 laps down, 3 laps to go, as the 12 of Bo Perry out of Bossier City, Louisiana has the lead. Followed by Mike Wells, Colin Hodges, Chad Herring, and Racing Roy now rounds out the top 5. Gary Hendrickson sitting in the 6th spot right there. He is a Vietnam War vet from 1966 to 1968. So as always, we like to thank and salute Gary Hendrickson in the 00 for his service to our country. 75 years old, still out here wheeling a race car. So flagman Kenny Crawford coming out of retirement for this weekend. He's going to give them the 1 to go this time, as we'll have 3 laps to settle heat race number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. Here we go. Perry and Wells going to get good starts. Hodges going to fall in line in the 28 as here comes Racing Roy to the outside of Herring for the 4th spot. Here comes Herring back to his inside. They're side by side for 4th as a top 3 run nose to tail. Roy on the outside, Herring's on the inside. Here comes Wells looking to the inside of Perry with 2 laps to go. Can't pull it off just yet. Perry, Wells, Hodges, Herring, and Roy, your top 5 cars, with Hendrickson rounding out the field in 6th. The white flag going to wave this time for the J Motorsports Laser race car, the 12 of Bo Perry. Mike Wells continuing a strong run in the 2nd spot. As Hodges runs 3rd, Herring is 4th. Coming out of turns 3 and 4 for the final time, Bo Perry takes heat race number 1. Mike Wells, Colin Hodges, Chad Herring, and Racing Roy, your top 5. So Bo Perry going to win heat race number 1 from the 4th place starting position. So going to be a good finishing points and some passing points there for the 12 of Bo Perry. Also a strong run from Colin Hodges, starts 7th, finishes 3rd. So a good run for the 28 machine as well. So here comes heat race number 2. On the pole, out of Louisville, Arkansas, that's going to be Dennis Gardner. So the front row not on the Speedway right now. Scheduled to be Dennis Gardner and Damon Gardner. Neither car on the Speedway at the moment. So here comes the 81 as well as the 81G. Here we go. So the 81G is going to be Dennis Gardner out of Louisville, Arkansas. He's going to be sponsored by G&G Enterprise. To his outside is going to be Damon. He's sponsored by Jimmy's Drive-In. On the inside of row 2, that's Travis Hudnall, excuse me. In the 444, that's the Breezy Consulting Specialties 444. To his outside is going to be the 22B of Cole Burleson. On the inside of row number 3, that's the Hitman Designs WW Timber Triple X of Sean Graham. His outside, the C8 of Jeremy Crumpler. Inside of row number 4 is going to be Justin Whitehead in 36J. To his outside, Hayden Brown, and rounding out the field, Scotty Case in J27. Stacked heat race number 2, and here we go for the US Rally Factory stocks. Here comes Graham to the inside of Hudnall. Can't quite pull off that move just yet, as Whitehead goes side by side with Burleson and the 53, of Brown, as Burleson going to sail off the top of turns 3 and 4. Gardner leads, followed by Graham, Hudnall, Gardner, and Whitehead rounding out your top 5 cars right now. They're 2 by 2 as Hudnall going to slow right in front of the 53 of Brown. Not sure if they got connected or not. The 444 goes around as Sean Graham takes the lead in Triple X. So Graham, Gardner, Whitehead, and Crumpler, your top 5 cars right now. Hayden Brown running in the 6th spot, followed by Scotty Case in 7th. Travis Hudnall has 8th, and rounding out the field is Cole Burleson in the 22. Whitehead going to take the 3rd spot this time from the 81 of Damon Gardner. Dennis Gardner in the red 81G and Damon Gardner in the black 81. As Whitehead now going to look to the outside of Dennis as Sean Graham's got the early race lead. And he continues to lead in that Triple X machine. Whitehead powers to the 2nd spot. So Graham, Whitehead, Gardner, Crumpler rounds out your top 5 cars right now. Here comes Crumpler looking to the outside of Damon Gardner. Can't quite make a move just yet, as Cole Burleson has taken the 8th spot from Travis Hudnall. Now a 5-car battle for the 3rd spot as they're 3 wide down the back straightaway. Here comes Crumpler to the inside of Damon. He's going to push him up the track as the caution flag is going to wave. Debris in the top of turn number 4 as multiple cars just ran right over what looked to be a rear deck lid that came off the 22 machine of Cole Burleson. So 5 laps down. We're going to have 3 laps to go this time as Sean Graham has led so far in his Triple X machine. Graham started from the 5th position as Justin Whitehead started from 9th. He's worked his way up to 2nd. followed by Whitehead. Here comes Whitehead to the inside through turns number 2. Whitehead going to power off this turn. And here comes Graham back to his outside. Heavy hitters side by side for the lead of heat race number 2. As Crumpler's going to get loose right in front of the field, everyone avoids him. Looks like the C8 going to come to a stop over in turns 3 and 4, and the caution flag will wave. So we got 1 lap complete on that restart. We're going to have 2 to go this time. Justin Whitehead is your new race leader from the 9th place starting position. He's up to the front with 2 laps to go. Sean Graham on the inside of row number 2 with Scotty Case. Also started near the rear of the field in J27 to his outside. 2 laps to go this time. Here comes Sean Graham to the inside of turns 1 and 2. Whitehead going to run through the middle. He's going to have the momentum off the exit of turn number 2. Whitehead and Graham followed by the J27 of Case. Damon Gardner and Cole Burleson has worked his way up into the 5th spot. The white flag waves for Whitehead this time. Graham going to try just a bit of a lane higher than Whitehead. Going to try to get momentum down the back straightaway. It doesn't seem to pay off as the 36J extends his lead down the back straightaway. Triple X going to make one last effort to the inside. Coming out of turn 4, taking the win is going to be Justin Whitehead in 36J. Triple X of Sean Graham is second. The J27 of Scotty Case third. Damon Gardner in 81 is fourth, and rounding out the top 5, Cole Burleson in the 22. Here comes heat race number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. On the pole out of Mansfield, Louisiana, that's going to be Frank Canizaro in the 5. To his outside out of Robeline, Louisiana, the 77, that's Tyler Dubois. To the inside of row number 2 out of Natchez, Louisiana, it's the 3D Motorsports 1D of David Edwards. To his outside, the Classic Auto Repair 34P, that's Peyton Daughtery. On the inside of row number 3, back in a factory stock, it's the Southern Roofing C16 of Chris Hennigan. To his outside out of Robeline, Louisiana, that's Stoney Dubois in 1. Neil Kemp in Club 20 on the inside of row 4 with Dustin Hennigan to his outside. TJ McCarty and Jeff Hammett make up the final row, and we're going to go 8 laps with 10 cars for heat race number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. We're green and Canizaro getting a good start in the 5 machine. Smoke coming out of the 1 of Dubois on the original start. As we got them 3 wide now for the 4th spot as Kemp looks to the inside of Hennigan and Daughtery. Still 3 wide as Kemp works his way further up the field as Edwards and Dubois are now 4 wide down the front straightaway. Dubois, Daughtery, Kemp, and Hennigan. They were 4 wide momentarily. Now they're 3 wide once again for the 4th spot. Race fans, this is why we call this place the land of the 3 wide. Factory stocks all over the place as the 5 of Frank Canizaro leads, followed by the Club 20 of Neil Kemp. David Edwards, Chris Hennigan, and Peyton Daughtery round out your top 5 right now. Tyler Dubois, Stoney Dubois, Dustin Hennigan, Jeff Hammett, and TJ McCarty. As Neil Kemp takes the race lead from the 5 of Frank Canizaro, he's going to fall from 1st to 4th on that lap. As it's Kemp, Edwards, Hennigan, Canizaro, and Daughtery, your top 5 cars right now. Here comes Hennigan to the inside of Edwards down the back straightaway as Neil Kemp now has the lead from the 7th starting spot. Can't quite match Whitehead going 9th to 1st, but he can do his best 7th to 1st as Hennigan takes the 2nd spot now. Chris Hennigan started in the 5th spot. He's going to take 2nd away from David Edwards as we got a great battle for the 4th and 5th spots right now as Tyler Dubois takes it from Peyton Daughtery right now. Stoney Dubois is there, Jeff Hammett's there, Dustin Hennigan's there. We got a 6-car battle for 2 spots. As is a top 3 breakaway right now from Kemp, Hennigan, and Edwards as they're side-by-side once again between Dubois and Cannizzaro. Right behind them, another pair of side-by-side and another. They're 2x2x2 from 4th through 8th, excuse me, as contact made between Daughtery and Cannizzaro. Here comes Jeff Hammett as he breaks into the top 5. Dustin Hennigan going to get into the 5 of Frank Cannizzaro. As the 5 spins and the 1 of Stoney Dubois is going to stop because he's got nowhere to go. Caution flag going to wave. So the 22 of Dustin Hennigan got a flat tire. He's going to have to pull to the infield. As what a race through 6 laps here in heat race number 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Neil Kemp's got control of the race lead. Chris Hennigan going to choose the outside of row number 2, sending David Edwards to the inside. Jeff Hammett has worked his way all the way up to the front. Excuse me, to the 5th spot from his 10th place starting position. That is the 13 Patriot Racing Machine of Jeff Hammett. So we got 2 laps to go for Neil Kemp as he continues to lead over Hennigan, Edwards, Dubois, and Hammett, followed by Cannizzaro and Stoney Dubois. We're going green. Here comes Chris Hennigan in the C16 as he's going to throw it to the outside of Neil Kemp. Kemp's on the bottom, Hennigan's on the top. Edwards, Hammett, and Dubois. White flag going to wave this time for Kemp. Hennigan trying to get the momentum worked up on the top side of the speedway. Jeff Hammett has now worked his way from 10th to 4th. Can he pick off one more car in the form of the 1D of David Edwards on the final lap? Going through 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming out of turn number 4, the Club 20 is going to take heat race number 3. Kemp, Hennigan, Edwards, and Hammett, your top 4 cars. Neil Kemp takes the win, followed by Chris Hennigan in C16. David Edwards finishes 3rd in the 1D. And rounding out the top 4, the 13 machine from 10th. That is Jeff Hammett. So here comes heat race number 4 for the USRA Factory Stocks. On the pole, that's going to be the 5-0 out of Maud, Texas. That's going to be Cole Ogden in the 5-0, the Outlaw Race Cars machine. To his outside, the CCR Converters number 09 of Dawson Moore out of Bastrop, Louisiana. To the inside of row number 2 out of Atlanta, Texas, that's the 9G of Ryan Green. And to his outside, that's going to be the B21 of Bubba Jones out of Provençal, Louisiana. On the inside of row number 3, second in the national points for the USRA Factory Stocks, that's Todd Collier out of Magnolia, Arkansas. To his outside, Dalton Dubois out of Robeline, Louisiana. Inside of row number 4, that's the Kilgore Texan of Derek Miller in 17 with Jeffrey Bechet to his outside. The final row will be Gary Harvin in 25 and Jason Ingalls in the 10X. Once again, 8 laps, passing points. And here we go. 10 cars, 8 laps. Ogden going to get us started with Moore to his outside. Here comes Bubba Jones. He's going to throw it to the outside. They're nearly 3 wide. Now they are 3 wide for the second spot between Dubois, Jones, and Ogden. as Dawson Moore going to jump out to the early race lead. Here comes Bubba Jones to the inside. Moore going to use the outside to his advantage, and he'll lead lap number 1. Here comes Jeffrey Bechet in the 4 machine as he's quickly worked his way from 8th up to 4th as Green and Ingalls make contact. The 9G all over the place right now. That's the Atlanta Texan 9G of Ryan Green as Bubba Jones back to the inside of Moore. Can't make it happen yet. Here comes DuBois. Moore, Jones, DuBois, Bechet, and Ingalls, your top 5 cars right now as Bubba Jones going to inch ahead of Dawson Moore down the back straightaway. Moore going to give him the bumper. Here comes DuBois to the inside. Jones takes the lead, followed by DuBois. Here comes Moore to the inside. They're 3 wide for the race lead. Bubba Jones, Dawson Moore, and Dalton DuBois putting on a show as we lose a mud plug over in turn number 2. No harm there. We're going to stay green. 3 wide off the exit. Once again, Bubba Jones still has the lead. But Dalton DuBois is all over for the race lead, and here comes Jeffrey Bechet. He wants to join the party. Jones, DuBois, Moore, and Bechet. Here comes Bechet to the outside of Moore. 3 laps to go this time for the B21 of Bubba Jones. Car seems to be leaning pretty heavily on the right front. Not sure if something has gone wrong there or if that's just the way that Bubba sets up his car. But there is a lot of downforce on the right front of the B21. DuBois continues to run second. Bechet has the 3rd spot now. Moore is 4th, and Collier rounds out the top 5. That smoke begins to pour out of the C2 of Todd Collier. Once again through 3 and 4, here comes the white flag for the B21 of Bubba Jones. DuBois is there. Here comes Bechet. Can anyone pull off a last lap move as Collier has broke? Harvin and Miller going to split him for the 5th spot. As the C2 going to try to finish this race, but he's definitely down on power. Coming out of turn number 4, taking the win, Bubba Jones in B21. 55 of Dalton DuBois is 2nd. The 4 of Jeffrey Bechet is 3rd. Dawson Moore in 09 comes home 4th, and rounding out the top 5, the 17 of Derek Miller. That will conclude the heat race action for the USRA factory stocks. So here is heat race number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. 29 Limited Modifieds here tonight. So we're going to have 3 heat races for the Bulletproof Tees Limited Modifieds. So on the pole out of Texarkana, Texas, that's going to be the 18J of Jake Huckabee. To the outside of Huckabee, that's going to be Ronnie Freeland out of Bastrop, Louisiana in the 19. On the inside of row number 2, Chris Freeland in 19. To his outside, it's going to be Barron Prince out of Houghton, Louisiana in the 9R. To the inside of row 3, that's going to be Chris Freeland. I believe he got moved up a row. Kyle Ingalls in 81, Connor Williams in 47cc, Stephen Guidry in the K1, Andrew Rossum in the 92, and Hayden Beckham in the OB. Green flag waves for heat race number 1 for the USRA Bulletproof Tees Limited Modified. Huckabee and Freeland going to go side by side through turns number 1. They're side by side down the back straightaway. Prince holds the 3rd spot, followed by Williams and Chris Freeland. Ronnie Freeland side by side with Jake Huckabee for the lead right now. Huckabee's going to lead lap number 1. Connor Williams going to take the 3rd spot away from Barron Prince. And now he looks to the inside of Ronnie Freeland for the 2nd spot down the back straightaway. Here comes The K1 of Stephen Guidry going to follow in the tire tracks of the 47cc as those two are marching to the front. 3 wide for the second spot momentarily between Freeland, Guidry, and Williams as Huckabee continues to lead in the 18J. Williams takes second, Guidry is third, Ronnie Freeland fourth, and Baron Prince rounding out the top 5 right now as the 92 of Rossum going to try to apply pressure to the 9R. Here comes Guidry to the inside of the 47cc. Williams and Guidry going to go side by side for the second spot. Those two are 1 point apart from each other in the Bayou Dirt Life points right now with a statewide limited modifier. Huckabee continues to lead. Both cars are catching the 18J. So it's Huckabee, Williams, Guidry, Prince, and Freeland are top 5 cars right now. It's a big push that Williams allows Guidry to take the second spot. Huckabee, Guidry, Williams, Prince, and Freeland. And here comes Guidry on the top side of the Speedway. Stephen Guidry started this race from the 8th position, and now he's chasing down the race leader of Huckabee with 2 to go. Jake might not know he's there, but he's about to see him go by on the top side as here comes the K1 of Guidry. The Marksville, Louisiana native going to take the lead from the 8th place starting position. Here comes Huckabee back to the inside as the white flag's going to wave. Guidry's got the lead. Guidry, Huckabee, Williams, Prince, and Freeland. As there's 1 lap to go, Guidry going to power down the back straightaway, extend his lead to about a 2 or 3 car length advantage as Beckham stopped on the exit of turn number 3. Caution flag going to wave. Caution flag waves for the 01 of Beckham. That's the Keep It Clean Cap Roofing OB of Hayden Beckham down there in turns 3 and 4. On the front, Williams going to choose the inside. Huckabee going to choose the outside as Huckabee had the second spot. But now Williams going to take advantage. He'll take the second spot from Huckabee. Here comes Prince to the inside of Huckabee for the 3rd spot. Ronnie Freeland has 5th, being pressured by Andrew Rossum as the white flag going to wave once again for the K1 of Stephen Guidry. Guidry using the high side of the Speedway unlike anyone else has so far tonight. And he's going to power to a large advantage down the back straightaway and enter 3 and 4 for the final time. Taking in the win, it's the K1 of Stephen Guidry. As Ronnie Freeland going to lose it right in front of the field. Second's going to go to Connor Williams. 3rd will be Jake Huckabee. Baron Prince 4th, and Andrew Rossum rounds out the top 5 as Ronnie Freeland and Kyle Ingalls collected over in turns number 4. So at the line right there in heat race number 1, the 18J of Jake Huckabee beat the 9R of Baron Prince by 0.005 to take the 3rd spot in heat race number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. So here is heat race number 2 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. On the pole out of Texarkana, Arkansas, that's BJ Moore. To his outside, Stephen Hogan. Jacob Fricks in 21, Taylor Bowes in 21XL, Michael King Jr. in 14 Junior, Dustin Taylor in 88, Chad Morgan in 7, Matt Ebarb in 1, Dustin Durham in 99X, and Jacob McRae in 25J. 8 laps. Here we go for heat race number 2 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. BJ Moore going to get the early race advantage in the custom coating number 00. And here comes the straight up nutrition number 18 of Stephen Hogan. Hogan going to work the top of the speedway, trying to do just what Guidry did. As Moore leads, followed by Hogan. Michael King Jr. takes the 3rd spot from Taylor Bowes. As they're 3 wide for the 5th spot between Morgan, Durham, and Fricks. And Morgan going to come out on the top of that battle for now, and he'll have the 5th spot. So it's Moore, Hogan, King, Bowes, and now Durham takes the 5th spot. Followed by Morgan, Ebarb, Fricks, Taylor, and McRae. As the 00 of BJ Moore out front. Once again, BJ Moore currently sits 15th in USRA national points for the limited modifieds. Few other cars on the speedway are also in the point standings in the top 15. The 28th spot is held by the 2nd place runner right now. That's Stephen Hogan in the 18. Also on the speedway, Dustin Durham's running in the 4th spot. He is 23rd in national points at the moment. So it's Moore, Hogan, King, Durham, and Bowes, your top 5. As once again, passing points are what these drivers are looking for right now. But the best BJ Moore can do from the pole is win it from the pole, and that's what he's doing so far. So Moore leading, started from the 1st position. Hogan started outside pole, started 2nd, runs 2nd. Michael King Jr. started 5th, and he runs 3rd. Dustin Durham started 9th, and he runs in the 4th spot with 1 lap to go. BJ Moore leads, still followed by Hogan, King, Durham, and Bowes, your top 5 cars. Entering turns 3 and 4 for the final time using the bottom side of the speedway. The 00 of BJ Moore takes heat race number 2 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Stephen Hogan is 2nd, Michael King Jr. 3rd, Dustin Durham 4th, and Taylor Bowes rounds out your top 5. And here comes heat race number 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks, presented by Bulletproof Tees. On the pole, that's going to be the Triple T Enterprises Victory Sign and Designs Best Engines number 42 of Timothy Holt to his outside. It's going to be the RKT Consulting number 20 of Brent Tidwell on the inside of row number 2. That's going to be the Express Race Cars L17 of Logan Griffin to his outside. Adam Roy in the 2. The 30T is Tim McDonald to his outside. That's Connor Mewborn in 36. Josh Bauckham in the 25. Cade Gailey in 27. And Aaron Roy in 35. 8 laps once again. Here we go. Holt and Tidwell going to get us started on heat race number 3. So once again, lots of nationally ranked drivers in this one right now, as Adam Roy going to the inside of Tidwell. He's going to take the race lead coming out of turn number 4. Tidwell back to his outside at the line. It's too close to call. Roy going to take the advantage in turn number 1, as here comes Connor Mewborn on the top in his 36 machine. 3-car battle for the lead. As the current race leader, it sits 3rd in national points right now. That's Adam Roy in the 2. Here comes the 36 of Connor Mewborn. He'll take the 2nd spot from the 20 of Tidwell right now. Has problems for Timothy Holt. Mewborn going to go over the top of turns 1 and 2. Griffin gets loose as well, and that will send Bauckham into the 3rd spot. So it's Roy, Tidwell, Bauckham, Griffin, and Roy, your top 5 cars, as Mewborn got a little bit too aggressive on the top side of the speedway. But he's not giving up on it yet. He's back on the top. He's going to try to regain some of the momentum that he lost. Here comes Tidwell to the inside of Roy. Got to get on the brakes. That ended up door to door there with the 2. And Adam Roy got power to the top side of the speedway as Tidwell works the bottom as well as the 25 of Bauckham. Bauckham going to slip up and lose a lot of ground there. Here comes the 35 of Aaron Roy as he works his way around Logan Griffin. And now he's going to look to chase down the 25 as Griffin spins through turns 3 and 4. L17 going around in turns 3 and 4. That's Logan Griffin. Caution flag is going to wave. So lights are out. We're going to go back to green. Five laps down, 3 laps to go for the 2 of Adam Roy. As Connor Newmore going to get another chance to work the top side of the speedway and try to see how far up he can get. As he's going to go to the inside of the 25 of Josh Bauckham. It's Aaron Roy going to work the bottom and work his way up into the 3rd spot. Here comes Aaron Roy looking to the inside of Tidwell. He's going to think better of it this time. And there's 2 laps to go this time for Adam Roy. Adam Roy, Tidwell, Aaron Roy, Bauckham, and Newborn. Your top 5 cars right now. Newborn going to throw it back up top. And going to try to get a run to the outside of Bauckham down the back straightaway as Aaron Roy's going to take the 4th spot from Brent Tidwell. Here comes the 36 back to the top of the speedway. White flag waves for Adam Roy, followed by Aaron Roy. Tidwell is 3rd. Newborn has 4th this time. And now Tidwell going to get a run to the inside of Roy down the back straightaway. Adam Roy out front. He's going to take the win. Who's second going to be? Coming out of turn 4th. Running out of space. And then Tidwell's going to take second, followed by Aaron Roy. Connor Newborn is 4th, and rounding out the top 5, that's going to be the 25 of Josh Bauckham. And that will complete the heat race action for the USRA Limited Modifieds presented by Bulletproof Tees. So here comes heat race number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. On the pole out of Stamps, Arkansas, it's going to be the CGS Farms number 1X of Clay Gardner. To his outside, the JCR Components number 0 out of Minden, Louisiana, that's Steve McEachern. On the inside of row number 2 out of Keithville, Louisiana, that's Ben McDuff in F5. To his outside, the 9 of Austin Davis out of Falk, Arkansas. On the inside of row number 2, it's going to be Jack DuPont in the 06 out of Shreveport, Louisiana. To his outside, also out of Shreveport, is going to be his cousin Luke DuPont in the 05. On the inside of row number 4, making his first ever start here at the Speedway, out of West Monroe, Louisiana, the 18S, that's Billy Smith. To his outside, the 2 of Austin Marshall, and rounding out the field, the 48 of Mark Crawley. Looks like we're missing Marshall and Crawley. 7 cars, going to go 8 laps here in heat race number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. All cars will advance to the A as we have 17 here tonight. And Gardner and McEachern are going to get us started. McEachern going to get a great start. And here comes Davis to the outside of the 1 of Gardner. He's going to take the 2nd spot. McDuff and DuPont going to go side by side. They're 3 wide as they go around Gardner. Gardner going to hold his ground on the inside. They're 3 wide for the 3rd spot. McDuff and DuPont going to power around the outside at this point as McEachern leads, followed by Davis, DuPont, McDuff, and DuPont. Gardner and Smith rounding out the field as Smith going to go to the outside of Gardner, trying to take away the 6th spot. Davis going to get loose right in front of the F5 as the F5 is going to hook the 05. DuPont cousins going to bang off each other, and they're going to corral it and keep going. There's near disaster there as the F5 of Ben McDuff collided with the 05 of Luke DuPont. So they just misjudged it a bit, ran out of space there. And about sent the 05 sideways right in front of the field as Billy Davis has worked his way up to the 4th spot. Strong first showing here at the land of the 3 wide for the 18S. As Steve McEachern way out front in the 0, followed by Austin Davis, Jack DuPont, Billy Smith, and Luke DuPont. Ben McDuff rides in the 6th position, and Clay Gardner rounds out the field in the 1X. As here comes Jack DuPont looking to the outside of Austin Davis. Gonna run out of room, and DuPont's gonna clip Davis. Contact with Smith as Davis goes down the speedway into the right side door of the 18S of Smith. Contact ensued from the 06 of Jack DuPont, trying to squeeze between the 9 and the wall. There just wasn't enough space there. That hooked the 9 into the wall. Then he went down the front straightaway right into the passenger side door of the 18S of Billy Smith. So we're going to get back underway with 5 cars remaining as the 18S of Billy Smith has headed to the pit side in his 18S machine out of West Monroe, and Austin Davis now sits in the infield on the wrecker in the 9 machine out of Falk, Arkansas. So your 5 remaining running cars, that's Steve McEachern in the lead, followed by the 06 of Jack DuPont. The 05 is Luke DuPont. Got the F5 of Ben McDuff and the 1X of Clay Gardner. Three laps to go for heat race number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. As McEachern gets a good start, DuPont cousins side by side for the 2nd spot, followed by McDuff and Gardner rounding out the top 5. 2 laps to go this time for Steve McEachern. The 06 getting momentum wound up. That is Jack DuPont on the top side of the speedway. As Gardner and McDuff collide in turns 3 and 4. Caution flag going to wave for the 1X and the F5. So lights are out. Steve McEachern, Luke DuPont, and Jack DuPont. 3 laps to go for the 0, the 06, and the 05. The green flag's going to wave for McEachern. DuPont and DuPont following. Jack DuPont on the top in the 06. That's the gray car. Luke DuPont in the black 05. As they're chasing the 0 of Steve McEachern. 2 laps to go this time for McEachern. Here comes Jack back to the top once again. Is McEachern going to get loose? He bobbles. They're side by side down the back straightaway. DuPont's got more momentum right now. He's going to edge ahead into turns 3 and 4. McEachern back to the inside. White flag going to wave as they're side by side coming off the turn. DuPont has the advantage at the white flag. Jack DuPont in the 06 now has the lead, followed by Steve McEachern and Luke DuPont, as he's going to power down the back straightaway, extend his lead to a few car lengths. See if Steve McEachern can pull off anything in the 0 machine, and he cannot. The 06 of Luke DuPont, Jack DuPont going to win heat race number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. Steve McEachern is second. Jack DuPont is third. Luke DuPont is third. Getting these cousins mixed up in the 05 and the 06 machines. That is Jack in 06, Luke in 05. So Jack's going to take the win. So, race fans, we thank you so much for joining us here at Arclitect Speedway tonight for the ARMS Modified race. We got one more heat race before we begin the B features and the A features. Just like to thank y'all all for coming out here to the land of the 3 wide. Everybody here in the stands watching, as well as watching at home on Race on Texas. Good to have them here tonight with the American Racer Modified Series. My name is Colin Bell. I am the track announcer here at Arclitect Speedway. You can find me on Facebook at Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer. I welcome all and any feedback, positive or negative. I'll consider it, and I'll try to implement it into my announcing if I feel like it may help. Or if you just want to shout out wherever you're watching from on Race on Texas, send me a message on my page. Once again, that's Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer. Got a brief pause to add a little bit of moisture to the speedway with our Able Truck and Trailer Sales water truck. Race fans, also while we have a moment, like to focus your attention to the infield. Look at our new Victory Lane down there. Got our sponsors this season. That's A-Mark Metals, Genuine RV, Arclitect Shop Builders, and Arclitect's Garage Doors. That is our Victory Lane here at the Speedway with our new and improved sound system. We hope to bring Victory Lane back to the slab in the infield.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
What a year. It was a year full of new things, new tracks, bigger broadcasts, and more in-depth coverage. We were grateful to be able to have given back $150,000 to local racetracks, and we got no plans of stopping now. 2022 is going to bring our biggest schedule ever. Bigger races, more cameras, and more local racing. You're not going to want to miss this. We are ready to bring you the biggest racing season ever, only at Race On.
The Brewer Construction TRC Automotive number 10 out of Atlanta, Texas. On the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the CGS Farm 69 of Cade Gardner. To his outside, it's going to be the 21 of Amanda Cook out of Vivian, Louisiana. To the inside of row number 3, starting from the 5th position, that's going to be Hunter Armstrong in 25 and the Amsoil number 25. To his outside, it's going to be the Princeton, Louisiana driver of Connor Cook. On the inside of the final row, that's going to be the K5 of Candace Roberts. And to her outside, the Fast Fix Dent Repair number 46 of Jackson Gallagher. So Mark Crawley missed heat race number 1, pulled out to the Speedway for heat race number 2. So he's going to be dismissed from the Speedway as he is in the wrong heat. So we have 7 of 8 cars. It's like we are missing the 69 of Cade Gardner for heat race number 2. So lights are out. We're going to go green with Strom and Brewer, leading us to heat race number 2 of the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder. Kayla Strom will be getting a good advantage off the start in her 72K machine. Hunter Armstrong on the back bumper takes the second spot away from Eddie Brewer. Connor Cook runs in the 4th spot as Jackson Gallagher takes 5th from Amanda Cook down the back straightaway. Here comes Armstrong to the inside of Strom. He's going to take the race lead as Brewer works the inside of the Speedway. He's going to release the 3rd and 4th spot to Cook and Gallagher. Connor Cook to the outside of Strom for the 2nd spot as Jackson Gallagher follows in the 4th position. So it's Armstrong, Cook, Gallagher, Strom, and Brewer as Jackson Gallagher works his way around Taylor Strom to take the 4th spot. Here comes Amanda Cook to the outside of Eddie Brewer for the 5th position. They're going to go side by side, and Cook's going to have the advantage coming down the back straightaway. So it's Armstrong, Connor Cook, Gallagher, Strom, and Amanda Cook, your top 5 cars right now in heat race number 2 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. We got a good 3-car battle emerging at the front of the pack, as here comes the 22 of Connor Cook out of Princeton, Louisiana, looking to the inside of the 25 down the front straightaway. Armstrong still has the lead for now. Cook is there. Here comes Gallagher, going to try to work the high side and get the momentum wound back up in the 46 machine. The battle still continues up front as it's Armstrong, Cook, and Gallagher. Maybe setting up for the best heat race finish of the night as here comes Cook to the inside, down the back straightaway. Can't quite make anything happen yet. Gallagher going to go back to work on the top. 2 laps to go this time as Armstrong's got the lead. Cook is there. Gallagher's trying to get there. Here they come. Here comes Cook to the inside, down the back straightaway once again as Gallagher continues to close in his checkered flag 46. White flag going to wave this time as they're side by side. Once again off of turn number 4. Armstrong still has the lead. Cook is there. Here comes Gallagher. He's going to look to the outside. Can Gallagher get there and make it a 3-car battle as Armstrong still leads? They might have to deal with Candace Roberts in the final turn. Armstrong through the middle. Cook's on the bottom. Coming out of turn number 4. Hunter Armstrong takes heat race number 1, followed by Connor Cook, Jackson Gallagher. So those 3 cars have distanced themselves away from the rest of the field. Amanda Cook will finish in the 4th spot, followed by Kayla Strom rounding out the top 5. And that will conclude heat race action here tonight at Arklatex Speedway. So this is going to be Day Motorsports B-Main for the American Racer Modified Series. Scheduled to have 13 cars in it, and the top 6 cars will advance to the A-Main later on tonight. So on the pole out of Shreveport, Louisiana, it's going to be the Larry Shaw chassis number 79 of Randall Settle. To his outside, it's the youngster out of Houghton, Louisiana. That's the 9R of Baron Prince and the A-Mark Metals number 9R. To the inside of row number 2, out of Benton, Arkansas. Out of Benton, Arkansas, that's going to be the F27 of Lindsay Province. And the Province sign in neon, Jim's Engines. Steve Estelle Truck and Trailer, number F27. To his outside, that's Richie Ginn in 211. Nathan Hager in 55. Jeremy McLaco in 75J. TJ Tollison in 38T. Donnie Powers in the 6. Kyle Taylor in the 75. Aaron Moss in 57. And the final row will be the 7P of Jody Reed and the 511 of Karen Barnhart. We are green for Day Motorsports B-Main number 1. The 1 of 1. Settle's got the early race lead, and here comes Lindsay Province looking to the inside of Baron Prince for the second spot. They're 3 wide for second between Prince, Province, and Ginn. That's Province going to take the lead at the line. Province gets a great run out of 4s. He'll have the lead this time, and here they come. Here comes Hager. Here comes Prince. Ginn going to split the inside as he's going to come to the for the second spot, as Tollison holds the 6th and final transfer spot right now. Province, Ginn, Settle, Prince, and Hager, your top 5. Tollison has the final spot. As Donnie Prowler sitting one spot out, trying to pressure the 38T in the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports 38T of TJ Tollison. He's going to get into it. Powers going to collide with the 38T. They both nearly spin, but they corral it. Powers now has the spot. So it's Province, Ginn, Hager, Prince, Settle, and Powers, your top 6 cars. With Jeremy Lacoe sitting one spot out right now. And here comes the 38T once again. TJ Tollison trying to make a charge. As he's going to look to the inside of Lacoe down the back straightaway. Here comes Donnie Powers to the inside of Settle. Trying to gain some insurance as Province continues to lead. Followed by Ginn, Hager, Prince, Powers, and Settle. As here comes Tanner Barnhart to the inside of Tollison. He'll take the 7th spot. Barnhart missed his heat earlier tonight. So he had to start at the back of his B main. Province continues to lead out front. The Benton, Arkansas native as a caution flag going to wave for Jody Reap in 7P. Spun around on the bottom of turn 3 and 4. We got 6 laps down, 6 laps to go in the Day Motorsports B main. Lindsey Province has been in control so far in the F27. Richie Ginn runs in the 2nd spot, followed by Nathan Hager. To his to the inside of row number 3, that's Barron Prince in 9R. Donnie Powers has the 5th spot, and Randall Settle sits in the final spot right now. But he's going to have a bad restart, and Tanner Barnhart going to take the 6th spot on the restart. So Province leads, followed by Hager. Here comes Donnie Powers in the 6th. As Lacoe going to collide with Settle, spin right in front of Tollison. Taylor's involved, as well as the 7P of Reap. Looks like Reap going to keep rolling in the 7P. Try not to be considered involved in that caution. As it all started from contact from the 79 of Settle and the 75J of Lacoe. So looks like most of the cars going to be able to continue. Now looking like all of them will be able to continue as Kyle Taylor pulls away from the scene in his 75 machine, as well as the 38T of Tollison. He's got some cosmetic damage, but he's going to tag the tail, and he's got 6 laps to make up 4 or 5 spots to get into the show tonight. So we're going to go green next time by. It's Province, Hager, Ginn, Prince, Powers, and Barnhart, the transferring cars right now, as the 53 of Aaron Moss now sits 1 spot out, followed by the 7P of Jody Reap, Jeremy Lacoe in 75J, TJ Tollison in 38T, and the 75 of Kyle Taylor. Province has the lead. Here comes Hager looking to the inside, as well as Ginn. They're nearly 3 wide for the race lead. Province still leads. Hager, Ginn, Barnhart, and Prince, as Powers now has the 5th spot. Or excuse me, the 6th spot. That's the 6th and final spot. As Hager going to look to the inside of Province once again. The F-27 running a crate engine in the IMCA car. Here comes the 55 to his inside. Top 6 distancing themselves from the field as Jody Reed runs in the 7th spot right now. Side by side still between Hager and Province, as well as for the 3rd spot, that's Ginn and Barnhart side by side, and for the 5th spot, it's going to be Powers and Prince. And there's 2 laps to go this time. As long as the top 6 stay off each other and maintain their momentum, they should all advance. Province working the top side of the speedway now, trying to hold off the advances of the 55 of Hager. As they're going to see the white flag this time. Contact between the 55 and the F-27 once again. Very aggressive from the 55 of Hager. So Province, Hager, Barnhart, Ginn, Powers, and Prince down the back straightaway. Got to make one more set of turns, and they're all going to the show. Taking the day Motorsports B main, it's Lindsey Province. Nathan Hager is 2nd. 5'11" of Tanner Barnhart 3rd. Richie Ginn is 4th. Donnie Powers 5th, and taking the final spot into the show is going to be the 9R of Baron Prince. Once again, race fans, we'd like to give a special shout out to Christina Garrett from Frankston, Texas for watching. Apparently there were some ads on Race on Texas when I gave her a shout out earlier, so we're going to try it again. Thank you, Christina, for watching Arklatex Speedway. We appreciate your support. So on the speedway now is going to be the first of 2 USRA factory stock B mains. Going to run 12 laps each. The top 4 cars will advance to 14 car Bs. We got 28 cars. We're going to narrow them down to 8, send 20 home, and we'll run 20 in the feature. As B main number 1 is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Beach City, Texas, that's going to be Chad Herring. And the Outlaw Race Cars 1H. To his outside will be Damon Gardner, or scheduled to be Damon Gardner in the 81. Inside of row 2 is going to be Derek Miller in the 17 with Gary Harvin to his outside in 25. Cole Burleson scheduled to start from the 5th spot. Gary Hendrickson, Stephen Thompson, Cole Ogden, Michael Turner, Hayden Brown, Dennis Gardner, Ryan Green, Peyton Daughtery, and Matthew Whitehead. So we called for 14. We only have 8 cars, and the top 4 will advance. So we're going to take half of these cars to the A. Would appear that 6 of them have dismissed themselves already. So 8 cars are going to go 12 laps. We're going to take the top 4 to the A main tonight. Herring and Harvin going to get us started. Miller and Brown going to start in transfer spots. As Burleson, Daughtery, Turner, and the 9G of Green all going to start outside looking in as they're 3 wide for 3rd. Brown on the outside, Miller's on the outside, Daughtery on the inside, and now they're going to involve Harvin as well. as Herring's out front. Daughtery looking to the inside of Harvin as Brown goes to the inside of Miller. They're side by side for the fourth and final transfer spot as Stephen Thompson, a late arrival onto the Speedway in 107. Door-to-door contact for the second spot between Daughtery and Harvin. Hard racing all over the Speedway as Brown works his way into the fourth spot. Miller now sitting one spot out as Green going to take a slight detour through the infield. Burleson sits in the sixth spot and Michael Turner running in the seventh position. Herring going to get a bit loose, going to knock Daughtery off his line, slow him down, and that allows Harvin to come back to the outside of the 34P. So we got a 6-car breakaway right now as Michael Turner going to loop it in the B7 machine, excuse me. It's like Cole Ogden also pulling onto the Speedway late in the 5-0. Michael Turner going to pull it to the infield. We're going to stay green. Herring leads. Here comes Peyton Daughtery. As the 10:07 gonna loop, or the 1:07 I should say, is Stephen Thompson gonna leak fluids all over the Speedway, and the caution flag is out. So we have 4 laps down, 8 laps to go in USRA Factory Stock B Main number 1. Chad Herring in control right now in the 1H machine, followed by Peyton Daughtery, the 25 of Gary Harvin, and Hayden Brown has the fourth and final transfer spot right now with 4 circuits down and 8 to go for USRA Factory Stock B Main number 1. Derek Miller sitting 1 spot out, as well as Cole Burleson in the 22 right there. Ryan Green and Michael Turner. Cole Ogden a few laps down in the 5-0. It looks like the front axle of the B7 maybe bent. The right front tire bent inward on the B7 machine of Michael Turner as Peyton Daughtery goes to the lead. Contact as the 25 of Harvin going to get into the 1H of Herring as he goes around, and the caution flag going to wave for the 1H. Looks like there may be problems on the 25 machine of Harvin, or he may be dismissing himself for getting into the 1H. Don't believe he's been officially black flagged, but it looks as if he is admitting his guilt there. Looks like he may be dismissing himself from the race. Herring going to be sent to the rear. As it looks like there may be problems on the 17 of Derek Miller. He may want a track official to make sure all his fenders are away from his tires. Make sure he's good to continue. As the new race leader is the 34P of Peyton Daughtery. You got Hayden Brown running in the second spot in his Dent Pro Plus number 53. To his outside, the announcer at the 67 Speedway, that's Cole Burleson. And to the inside, I believe that the 9R of Ryan Green should be running in the fourth spot. Not positive that we completed laps before Cole Ogden joined the Speedway, but I think we did. I'll have to check on that. So 17 of Miller going to pull off the Speedway. Like he had a flat tire. And we're back underway. Smoke pouring out of the 22 machine. That's Cole Burleson. That's the original Justin Whitehead car from 2012. I believe that was the first outlaw race car built, if I understand the story correctly. So it's Daughtery, Brown, Burleson. And the 5-0 of Ogden running in the fourth spot right now. So bobble from the 53 of Brown, but the 5-0 of Cole Ogden is 2 laps down. So Hayden Brown still running in the third spot, and the fourth and final transfer spot currently belongs to the 1H of Chad Herring. So it's Daughtery, Burleson, Brown, and Herring, your top 4 cars, with Green right behind Herring, 1 spot out. Coming out of turns 3 and 4. Daughtery continues to lead as he extends his lead further over the 22 of Cole Burleson. Here comes Ryan Green to the inside of Chad Herring for the 4th and final transfer spot. The 9R's got it down the back straightaway. White flag waves for Peyton Daughtery this time. In the Classic Auto Repair 34P, he's got one more circuit before he can book his ticket to the A-Main for the USRA factory stocks. As they roll down the back straightaway for the final time, Daughtery's going to take the win, followed by Burleson, Brown, and Ryan Green going to take the 4th and final transfer spot in the 9G. Chad Herring 1 spot out, and once again the 5-0 of Cole Ogden was 2 laps down, so he does not transfer out of B-Main number 1. So B feature number 2 for the USRA factory stocks rolling towards the Speedway. Out of Natchitoches, Louisiana, it's going to be the 1D of David Edwards in the 3D Motorsports number 1D. To his outside, it's going to be the CCR Converters number 09 out of Bastrop, Louisiana. Had a strong second place run at Super B Speedway a few weeks back. That's Dawson Moore. On the inside of row number 2, out of Texarkana, Arkansas. That's going to be a driver who sits 13th in national points right now. That's Racing Roy in the 35. To his outside, out of Roebling, Louisiana, the 77 of Tyler Dubois. On the inside of row number 3, Travis Hudnall in the 444. To his outside, that's going to be the 1 of Stoney Dubois. Inside of row number 4, the 5 of Frank Cannizzaro with Jeremy Crumpler in the C8 to his outside. Inside of row number 5, second in national points for the USRA factory stocks, that's the C2 of Todd Collier. To his outside, Dustin Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas in the 22 machine. On the inside of row number 5, that's going to be the 99X of Dustin Durham out of Texarkana, Arkansas. And to his outside, out of Amity, Arkansas, that's the 35M of TJ McCarty. And starting from the final row, that's going to be the 10X of Jason Ingalls. We had 13 of 14 show for B-Main number 2. It's like problems for Durham as he's going to pull to the infield prematurely in the 99X. Edwards takes the early race lead, followed by Moore. As they're nearly 3 wide, Dubois going to get loose right in front of the field. That's just in Collier right in front of Crumpler. And carnage continues as McCarty piles into Crumpler. Canizaro bounced off a few cars there. And we're going to go under the caution flag on the first lap of B main number 2. So going to be an original restart for USRA Factory Stock B main number 2. So the C8 of Jeremy Crumpler going to go off on the hook down the back straightaway. As we started with 13 cars, we now have 9 running with no laps complete in B main number 2. So lights are out. We're going to go attempt an original restart here with Edwards and Moore as the green flag waves for B lane number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Edwards, Moore, Dubois, and Roy, your top 4 cars right now as they're 3 wide for the 5th spot between Ingalls, Hudnall, and Dubois. Dubois going to get the edge out of that battle, and he's going to look to the outside of Racing Roy for the 4th spot. Here comes Ingalls on the inside, nearly 3 wide again. Edwards and Moore out front. Tyler Dubois runs in the 3rd spot. Stoney Dubois is going to take the 4th spot from Racing Roy. But here comes Jason Ingalls in the 10X as he works his way into the 6th spot. David Edwards, Dawson Moore, Tyler Dubois, Stoney Dubois, your top 4 cars right now. They would transfer if this race ended right here. But here comes Racing Roy back to the inside of Stoney. As Stoney's going to get a run on Tyler. Pair of Dubois is running in 3rd and 4th as David Edwards begins to increase his advantage over the 09 of Moore as Moore increases his advantage away from the 3rd battle for the 3rd spot. Here comes Dustin Hennigan in the 22 machine. Son of Chris Hennigan. Dustin in his first year of racing in that 22, he's been very impressive. As Stoney Dubois takes the 3rd spot away from Tyler, now Racing Roy and Tyler Dubois side by side. Racing has 4th at the line this time. So Racing Roy and Tyler Dubois side by side for the 4th and final transfer spot down the back straightaway. Here comes Dustin Hennigan. Thought about making it 3 wide, thought better of it. As Roy and Dubois continue to battle. Here comes Derek Durham. In the 99X as they're 3 wide now for the 6th spot between Ingalls, Hennigan, and Durham. Dubois going to slide up in front of Ingalls. They're 3 wide still and nearly 4 wide now. Dubois, Hennigan, Durham, and Ingalls. Dubois may have a tire going down. Durham going to pull back into the infield in the 99X. I believe the 77 of Tyler Dubois may have a flat tire, just how loose he's getting, entering and exiting the turns. But 2 laps to go this time for David Edwards in the 1D. 09 of Dawson Moore has third. Stony DuBois is fourth. And third. Racing Roy has fourth right now as Jason Ingles looks to his outside with Dustin Hennigan right there. Can Racing Roy hold off one of the veterans of the area, Jason Ingles, and another up-and-coming youngster of Dustin Hennigan with 1 lap to go this time? Here comes Ingles to the outside of Racing Roy. Side by side, through turns 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. They're dead even. Roy on the inside, Ingles on the outside as Edwards wins it, followed by Moore and DuBois coming out of turn 4, the fourth and final transfer spot. It's going to go to Jason Ingles. Jason Ingles takes the fourth and final transfer spot from Racing Roy in the 35. Strong effort from that youngster right there. Dustin Hennigan going to finish 2 spots out, followed by Tyler DuBois and Travis Hudnall. So here comes Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified B feature. Scheduled to have 14 cars. The top 5 will advance to the A. So on the pole out of Quitman, Louisiana, it's going to be the OB, the 0B. That's the Keep It Clean Cups Roofing number OB of Hayden Beckham. To his outside, the Express Race Cars L17 of Logan Griffin. Inside of row number 2 out of Bastrop, Louisiana, that's Chris Freeland. To his outside is going to be Dustin Taylor in the 88 machine. Taylor in the Express Race Cars number 88. On the inside of row 3, it's the 3 States Harley Davidson number 30T of Tim McDonald. To his outside, the Morgan Saul 7 of Chad Morgan. Inside of row number 4, that's Ronnie Freeland in the 19 with Jacob Fricks to his outside in the 21. Cade Gailey in 27G with Matt Ebarb in the 1 to his outside, and making up the final row, the 81 of Kyle Ingles. Ingles in the Chris Rick Investment number 81, and to his outside out of Ore City, Texas, that's Kyle Caldwell. 12 laps, top 5 cars will advance to the A. Griffin going to get the early race lead over Beckham. Beckham holds the second spot for now as Taylor comes to his outside, with Chris Freeland holding the fourth and final spot right now. Kyle Ingles in the 81 going to be one to watch from the rear of the field as Matt Ebarb nearly collides with the 32 of Tim McDonald as they're racing side by side for the 7th position. Taylor going to take away the second spot from Beckham. So it's Griffin, Taylor, Beckham, and Chris Freeland. Ronnie Freeland's in the 5th and final transfer spot right now. Chad Morgan 1 spot out in the 6th position, followed by Matt Ebarb, Tim McDonald, Kyle Ingles, Cade Gailey, Jacob Fricks, and Kyle Caldwell. As Kyle Ingles is going to work his way to the outside of Tim McDonald, he's going to take the 8th spot here. There goes Chris Freeland. Freeland going to go around right in front of the 1 machine of Matt Ebarb. Ebarb had nowhere to go. He's going to get in. Freeland's going to collect the 1 of Ebarb, I should say. And the caution flag will wave in Bulletproof Tees B main for the USRA Limited Modifieds. So the 91 of Chris Freeling and a pull to the infield. That will give the 7 of Chad Morgan the 5th and final transfer spot right now. As Kyle Ingalls started from the 11th spot. He sits 6th, 1 spot out right now from the feature. The A main for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. So my apologies, this is a 10-lap B main, not a 12-lap. So we got 2 laps down, 8 laps to go. And we are taking the top 5. So lights are out. Logan Griffin going to lead us back to the green with 8 laps to go. There comes Ronnie Freeland looking to the inside of Hayden Beckham for the 3rd spot. As Chad Morgan has 5th right now, here comes Kyle Ingalls. Ronnie Freeland to the inside of Beckham for the 3rd spot down the back straightaway. Ingalls going to get loose right in front of the field, collect Briggs. Briggs going to drive away from it in the 21 machine. And the caution flag will wave for the 81 of Kyle Ingalls. So once again, 2 laps down, 8 laps to go as the 81 of Kyle Ingalls charged with that caution. He'll tag the tail. And he'll go back to the 10th spot. So lights out. Logan Griffin going to lead us back to the green, followed by Dustin Taylor, Ronnie Freeland, Hayden Beckham, and Chad Morgan. Your top 5 cars right now. As Tim McDonald going to work his way into the 6th spot, looking out. 1 spot out. Trying to get 1 more spot. Try to pass the 7 of Chad Morgan. Griffin continues to lead, followed by Taylor and Freeland as they start to break away from the OB of Beckham. Morgan still rides 5th. 6th is McDonald, and here comes Ingalls to the outside of Gailey for the 7th spot. Pretty much everyone on the inside of the speedway except for Kyle Ingalls in the 81 as he's trying to make up ground. Bobble from Morgan, and here comes Tim McDonald to the inside for the 5th and final transfer spot. Ingalls gaining on the top side as he's got the momentum as we're halfway down this time. High job for McDonald. He'll take the 5th spot. Morgan still has 6th, and Ingalls is 7th. Kyle Caldwell going to spin in turn 4. He's going to keep rolling. We're going to stay green. Here comes Kyle Ingalls once again looking to the outside of Tim McDonald as he's going to have a push, but he's going to get momentum down the front straightaway. The 81 is closing in on the 5th and final spot. He's got 5 laps to go right now as Logan Griffin's extended his lead. Here comes Ingalls to the outside of McDonald for the 5th and final spot. Ronnie Freeland applying pressure to Dustin Taylor, who runs second as Ingalls takes the 5th spot this time at the line. So it's Griffin, Taylor, Freeland, Beckham, and Ingalls, your top 5 transferring cars, as Kyle Ingalls relegates this 30T of McDonald to 1 spot outside, as there's 2 laps to go this time for the L17 of Logan Griffin. McDonald not going away as he continues to fight the 81 of Ingalls for every inch around the speedway. He knows he's got to get this spot if he wants to race 20 more laps tonight. Logan Griffin sees the white flag this time. So Griffin's way out front, being uncontested for the race win. He's going to roll through 3 and 4 for the final time. He's going to take the B main. Second's going to be Dustin Taylor, followed by the 19 of Ronnie Freeland. Hayden Beckham will be 4th, and taking the 5th and final spot's going to be the 81 of Kyle Ingalls. So what a run for the 81 of Kyle Ingalls. Starts from the 11th spot, gets up to 6th. Lost control, went back to the 10th spot, and works his way back into a top 5 transferring spot. So that marks the end of the preliminary action for tonight. We got 6 features coming your way, race fans, including the $1,000 to win crate late model A main, as well as the $2,000 to win 4th race of the year for the ARMS Modifieds. That's the USRA American Racer Modified Series.
Race fans all across the country are experiencing race day in a completely new way with the My Race Pass app. Lineups, event tickets, official results, directions, championship point standings, race day entry list, live timing, track, series, and driver news. Driver bios. Experience race day like never before. Contact your local track official to see how they can become part of Team MRP today. Download now for free in Google Play or the Apple App Store.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Did you miss that last race? My Race Pass has you covered. Get the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store to see official results all night long.
2021. What a year. It was a year full of new things, new tracks, bigger broadcasts, and more in-depth coverage. We were grateful to be able to have given back $150,000 to local racetracks, and we got no plans of stopping now. 2022 is going to bring our biggest schedule ever. Bigger races, more cameras, and more local racing. You're not going to want to miss this. We are ready to bring you the biggest racing season ever, only at raceontexas.com.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say, not changing the pace. Working too hard to be last in the race. So much time in the day, and it ain't none to waste. Working this hard to be one of the greats. Whatever it takes, put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Hard work pays off, that's perfect timing. Changing the world with this rhyming, it's priceless. We got the nicest by putting the time in. Can't be the greatest, I'm not even trying. What now? We on the chase to the sundown. We on the chase to the sun up. What's up? Leading the line when we run up. Chasing, chasing, chasing. No time to be wasted.
Race fans all across the country are experiencing race day in a completely new way with the My Race Pass app. Lineups, event tickets, official results, directions, championship point standings, race day entry list, live timing, track, series, and driver news. Driver bios. Experience race day like never before. Contact your local track official to see how they can become part of Team MRP today. Download now for free in Google Play or the Apple App Store.
So we're going to have 18 cars go 20 laps for the Pro Mod A main. So race fans, here it is, your Saturday night Pro Mod A main. We'd like to thank LBK Luxury Pools for putting up a highest average finisher bonus for the Pro Mods. Excuse me, actually it's a hard charger award for tomorrow. Got mixed up. LBKs will be sponsoring the hard charger tomorrow in the A feature for the Pro Mods, as well as a $200 mystery position. So once again, thanks to LBK Pools for sponsoring our Pro Mod division, and we're going green this time. Doug Vick and Carl Lindsay, here we go. Doug Vick here to get the early race lead, followed by Jeff Rice. Here comes the 22 of Robert Graham, as well as Trent Humphrey, as the 27L of Lindsay fading quickly, as he's now in a three-wide battle for the fifth spot. Bechet Beasley, three wide with the 27L of Carl Lindsay. As Trent Humphrey going to take the third spot away from Jeff Rice this time. Now he's looking to the inside of the 22 down the back straightaway. Problems for Carl Lindsay as he slows down the back straightaway. Now it looks like he regains power as Trent Humphrey takes the second spot away from the 22 of Robert Graham. So the 4V of Doug Vick leads over Trent Humphrey in 515, followed by the 22 of Robert Graham, the 2 of Jeff Rice, and rounding out the top 5 is Jason Beasley in the 16. So the 515 of Trent Humphrey trying to reverse his luck. He lost a water pump on his truck as he pulled into the Speedway earlier this evening. So trying to turn the luck around for the 515 as he's right on the back bumper of the race leader of Doug Vick in the 4V. So Vick, Humphrey, Graham, Rice, and Beasley, your top 5, followed by Bechet, Easley, Whitney, Tutt, and Warren, your top 10. we got our lap counter working once again. We got 15 laps to go for the Pro Mod division. Humphrey trying to run around the same line as Vic right now. Not sure if he's going to be able to make the move following in the tire tracks of the 4V unless Vic makes a rare mistake. Humphrey looking to the inside, trying to get as low as he possibly can right now. That's the 515 all over the back bumper of the 4V as they're about to have to deal with the slower car of Bubba Thomas in the T8. Humphrey on the inside. Vic knows he's there. Can't quite make the pass just yet as Doug Vic holding tough in the 4V. Top 5 remains the same as here comes Humphrey to the inside. Side by side coming out of turn 4. Vic's going to have the momentum to maintain the race lead right now. As Dakota Tutt pulls to the infield momentarily in his 84 machine with the one of Isley spun around in turns 3, 1 and 2. Caution flag gonna wave for the number 1 of Dakota Isley. So caution waits for the number 1 out of Texarkana, Arkansas. That's Dakota Isley. Not familiar with that driver. I've never seen him before on any lineup, so this may be his first Pro Mod start tonight. He was a late arrival in the pits, so I wasn't able to talk to him. Not sure about the experience of that driver. But regardless, the number 1 of Isley facing the wrong direction in turn number 2. So the caution flag will wave with 7 laps down, 13 to go. So 7 laps in, the 4V of Doug Vic Jr. has been in control so far. The 515 of Trent Humphrey quickly worked his way from 5th to 2nd, but has been halted right there due to the strength of the 4V. Running in the 3rd spot, the winner here last time out, that's Robert Graham in 22. Jeff Rice runs in the 4th spot with his teammate Jason Beasley right behind him, rounding out the top 5. Jeffrey Bechet is 6th, Michael Easley 7th, Dakota Tutt 8th, Julie Whitney is 9th, and Josh Warren rounding out the top 10 right now. So once again, race fans, tomorrow afternoon we're going to race again, and LBK Luxury Pools has sponsored $100 to the hard charger of the Pro Mod feature tomorrow, as well as $200 to a random spot. The winner is going to pull out a random pill with a number, and whoever finished in that spot will receive a bonus of $200. So 3 laps down, 13 to go as Doug Vic Jr. prepares to lead us back to the green flag in the Pro Mod A feature for the Saturday night portion of this doubleheader weekend. They're going to try to get back to the bottom as quickly as he can. As Humphrey going to get into the back of the 4V, caution flag is going to wave. as carnage ensues. Unlucky for Jeff Rice and the 4 of Bechet. So it looked like the 4V of Doug Vick Jr. slowed down just a bit more than the 515 of Trent Humphrey was expecting. And Humphrey got into the backside of the 4V machine, causing a pileup, which ensued in the 2 and the 4. The 2 of Rice and the 4 of Bechet to stop over in the bottom of turns 1 and 2. As the caution flag waves and Humphrey pulls off the speedway. So it looks as if the 515 of Trent Humphrey is pulled to the pits and will not return. So Doug Vick Jr. back in the lead with the 4V. The 22 of Robert Graham now holds the second spot with Jason Beasley rounding out the top 3. As Michael Easley has worked his way into the top 5 now from a 10th place starting spot in the 20 machine. We clean a little bit of debris off the exit of turn number 4, and lights are out. We're going to go back to green with 13 laps still to go in the Pro Mod A feature. So Vic Graham and Beasley going to lead us to the green flag. We got 13 more circuits around the Aquafit Speedway. Here comes Graham looking to the outside of Vic as Beasley works the inside. Beasley going to work his way into the second spot in the 16 machine. Josh Warren works his way from the tail. He's now taking the 6th spot in his 199 machine. Looks like Warren's got something going in 199. So it's Vic, Beasley, the 22 of Graham, the 4 of Boucher, and now a side-by-side battle for the 5th spot between Easley and Warren. As here comes Josh Warren on the inside in the 199. Coming it nearly 3 wide down the back straightaway with Boucher and the 22 of Graham. Here comes the 199. As Beasley side by side now with Vic for the race lead. The race fans, keep your eyes on the blue and neon 199 machine. That's Josh Warren. He started from the 18th starting position. Has never won a race here at Arclitect Speedway. As there are 8 laps to go this time. Vic Beasley, followed by the 22 of Graham and the 199 of Warren. Warren gonna get the short end of the stick right there. He's gonna lose a lot of momentum as he falls from 3rd to 7th as Glenn Lindsay's there to pounce. Slides off from Lindsay, crossover from Warren as we got the top 5 cars all over the place right now. What a showing from the Pro Mods as they're 3 wide for the 2nd spot. Beasley, Boucher, and the 22 of Graham, and here comes Easley. Warren gonna try to join the party again. It's a 6-car race for the Pro Mods. Vic leads at the line. Here comes Graham to the outside. Race fans, this is why it's called the land of the 3 wide. They're all over the place right now as Graham continues to lead. Here comes the slide job from Beasley. He'll take the 2nd spot. Josh Warren going to take 4th from Boucher at the line this time. 199 working his way back towards the front once again as he's going to go 3 wide with a pair of 4s of Vic and Boucher. As there's going to be 5 laps left this time around for the 22 of Robert Graham trying to go back-to-back here at Arclitect Speedway. 16 of Beasley, the 199 now works his way into the 3rd spot. That's Josh Warren. Jeffrey Boucher runs 4th. Michael Easley rounds out the top 5. Does the 199 have anything for the 2 cars out front, the 22 and the 16, as Bear Malthop pulls off the Speedway in the 6 machine. Here comes Beasley. He's working the bottom as the 22 works the outside. As Tim Bell spins over in turn 3 and 4, the 49C comes to a stop on the entrance of turn number 3. The caution flag will wave for the 49C of Tim Bell. Says if he's signaling that he's going to need the hook for that 49C machine. Heavy smoke from the 49C of Tim Bell. Looks as if it may be a tire rub on that left rear. But we got 3 laps to go, and he's going to try to make it. So what a showing from the Pro Mod so far as we got 17 laps down, 3 laps to go. As Robert Graham has regained the lead in the 22 machine. He started from the 4th spot. He's trying to go back-to-back here at Arclitect Speedway. To the inside of row number 2, sitting in the 2nd spot. He started 7th. That's the 16 of Jason Beasley. And to his outside from 18th to 3rd so far, that's the 199 of Josh Warren. We got 3 laps to find out if Warren can pull it off from worst to 1st in 199 for his first Pro Mod win and his first win ever at Arclitect Speedway. 22 of Graham going to get loose. He's going to slip sideways right in front of the field. And race fans, they're all over the place as they're going to be nearly 3 wide, maybe 4 wide coming down the back straightaway. But it's just going to stay 2 wide for now. Contact from Easley into Bechet. 2 cars going to spin over in turns 3 and 4. Caution flag going to wave. If we can just get past these cautions, we're in for one heck of a finish for this Pro Mod A feature. So looks as if the 22 of Robert Graham may have spun the tires on that restart, but he made his car just wide enough for no one to be able to get by. And so he survived it up until the 20 of Michael Easley and the G25 of Glenn Stewart got collected over in turn number 3. And the caution flag is back out. We'll have 3 laps to go. We're going to try it again. Setting up for one heck of a finish here for the Pro Mods. As Robert Graham had a 3-year hiatus from victory lane until a few weeks ago when he finally worked his way back into victory lane here at Arclitect Speedway in the Pro Mod division. So he's trying to go back-to-back. Beasley trying to get his 2nd win of the year here. I believe his 3rd win of the season. And Warren looking for his 1st win in the Pro Mod division, as this is his 1st year in the Pro Mods. Getting the order back lined out. We're going to line them back up and go 3 more laps for the Pro Mods. Robert Graham, Jason Beasley, Josh Warren, Jeffrey Bechet, and Dakota Tutt now the top 5. Lights are out. Graham going to set a slow pace down the back straightaway. Going to try to hold off Warren and Beasley for 3 more circuits, I should say. Here comes Josh Warren. Warren going to get a great restart to the outside of Beasley. He's going to look to the inside of the 22. Josh Warren down the back straightaway. He's going to power to the inside of Graham, and he's going to take the race lead from the 18th starting spot. Rolling around the bottom, 2 laps to go this time for the 199. So Warren, Graham, Bechet, Beasley, and Tutt, your top 5 cars, as there's 1.5 laps to go for the Stonewall transmission, number 199, as he gets loose right in front of everybody. He saves it. White flag for Warren. Here comes Bechet. Bechet sees an opportunity. He's going to try to pounce in the 4 machine. He's going to take the 2nd spot away from the 22 of Graham. Down the back straightaway, it's going to be Bechet or Warren going into turns 3 and 4. Warren on the bottom. Here comes Bechet. He's not going to have it. From worst to first, 199. Josh Warren takes the win at Arclitect Speedway. The 4 of Bechet is 2nd. The 22 of Graham 3rd. Dakota Tutt with a strong 4th place run. And Glenn Lindsay rounding out the top 5. Race fans, I was talking to Josh in the pits earlier tonight. He says he believes he has about 150 wins in his career, but he has never won here at Arclitect Speedway. Race fans, climbing out of the car from worst to first, the 199 of Josh Warren. All right. So once again, race fans, he said he has about 150 wins in his career, but he's never got one here at the Arklatex Speedway. Josh, what does it mean for you to go worst to first here with a strong field of 18 cars in the Pro Mod division?
Man, it feels great, and I needed this more than anything. My crew, they bust butt every weekend, and we just try to find something. We ask Win again on a little help, and he kind of steers us the right way. But man, we all needed this. I mean, it feels amazing, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Who do you have to thank on one of the best looking Pro Mods out here tonight?
Oh man, Green Acres Automotive, Alpha Roofing, Stonewall Transmission, Comp Industrial, Dustin Randall, man, my family, my brother, he bust butt on this more than anybody, and couldn't do it without him. And man, just God. I mean, that's it. It's just God. Thank you.
All right, we gonna see you tomorrow.
You know, I wasn't, but you know, my brother said you're gonna change your mind if you win, and so I changed my mind.
All right, race fans, let him hear you. His first career win at Arklatex Speedway, the 199 of Josh Warren. All right, race fans, it's time for the show that you came for. It's time for the 30-lap USRA Modified American Racer Modified Series A feature. Well, race fans, if the Pro Mods can run 3 and 4 wide on this track, I can only imagine what the American Racer Modified Series is about to do. Come, race fans, here they come. The A feature for the USRA American Racer Modified Series. Got 24 cars, gonna go 30 laps for $2,000 to win in the 4th race of the season for the Arms Modifieds. So your featured lineup is going to line up like this. On the pole, the current points leader for the Arms Series. That's going to be Winnigan, Chris Hinnigan in the 16, the Panel Trust TQC. Rollo's Luminato Southern Roofing number 16. To his outside, the D&D Well Service number 7X out of Lubbock, Texas. That's Chris Dawson. On the inside of row 2 out of Denham Springs, Louisiana in the Frogs 718. That's Tommy Cannon. To his outside, the TaylorMade 14T of Tristan Dykes. Inside of row number 3, that's the 13J of James McCreary. To his outside, Kenny Gaddis in 2G. Manuel Williams, the second in the 24M. The 7 is Sean Gaddis. The 12 of Jason Ingalls. 66 of Mike Dillard. The 18J of Jake Huckabee. To his outside, that's Big Daddy Joe Duvall out of Claremore, Oklahoma. On the inside up row number 7, that's Stephen Gaddis in 2S with Jade Lusenberg to his outside out of Stocher, Mississippi. Tyler Townsend in the 12T, Manuel Williams Sr. in the 24. Lindsey Promitz in L27, Nathan Hager in 55. The 5'11", that's Tanner Barnhart. Richie Ginn in 211. Donnie Powers in the 6. Baron Prince in the 9R. Series Provisional Jeremy Lacoe in 75J. And Track Provisionals number 75 in Kyle Taylor. Race fans, I need everybody off their feet right now as the American Racer Modified Series is going 4 wide. To salute you race fans for coming out here tonight to the land of the 3 wide to watch them put on another classic here at Arclitect Speedway. Come on, race fans. It only happens a few times a year. Off your feet. Let the American Racer Modified Series know you're happy to see them bare arms here tonight at the land of the 3 wide. So race fans, here we go. We're going to go 30 laps for race number 4 of the season for the USRA American Racer Modified Series. Once again, Chris Hennigan is the current points leader, currently sitting second. That's Joe Duvall. He's going to start from the 12th position. 4th in points, Tristan Dyke is going to start from 4th. And Kenny Gaddis starting from the 6th position. He's 5th in points. So 4 of the top 5 cars in the point series, or the point standings, I should say, are here tonight. Tyler Wolf not making the trip tonight. But regardless, we had 29 strong. We're down to 24. And they're going to go 30 laps and put on a show. And once again tonight prove why this place is called the land of the 3 and sometimes 4 wide. So Hennigan and Dawson the front row once again. Just like earlier this year. Will the result be the same? We got 30 laps to figure it out. Hennigan will take the early advantage. Dawson rides in second. Dyke is to the outside of Cannon. Side by side now down the back straightaway for the 3rd spot. As cars quickly all over the speedway. 3 wide between Ingalls, Gaddis, and Dillard as Huckabee, Gaddis, Hager, Lacoe going to work his way out of it, but Barnhart and I believe Lacoe collected. Never mind, it is not Lacoe. Not sure who that's Tyler Townsend in the 12T also involved. So we'll go for a complete restart minus the 5 cars involved. They will tag the tail. And we're going to try it again with Chris Hennigan on the front row with Chris Dawson to his outside. Dawson has shown a ton of speed so far in the USRA American Racer Modified Series races so far, especially here at Arclitect Speedway as well as Sabine Speedway. And I believe he ran second and first for a large portion of the race at Super B. but victory lane has evaded him so far this season. Is this the night that the 7X out of Lubbock, Texas can break his way into the victory lane for the Arms Modifieds? So we're going to go for an original restart. It's Hennigan, Dawson, Cannon, Dykes, McCreary, Gaddis, Williams II, Gaddis, Ingalls, and Dillard. Followed by Duval, Lusenberg, Province, Williams Sr., Powers, Ginn, Lacoe, Prince, Gaddis, Taylor, Townsend, Huckabee, Barnhart, and Hagar. So lights are out. Here goes attempt number 2 at the original start for the Arms Modified Series at Arclatech Speedway. Dawson going to get a better start that time as he's going to look to the outside of Hennigan through turns 1 and 2. Not going to quite get the momentum he was looking for through turn 2 as Hennigan takes the early advantage. And Jake Huckabee around in turns number 3 and 4 in the 18J. So Huckabee going to pull to the infield, and here goes attempt number 3 at the original start. Much better start from Dawson this time as he's going to power to the outside of Hennigan. Cut down towards the bottom, and he'll take the early race lead in the 7X. Hennigan over 3 wide momentarily. Now he's got the momentum to stay right in front of Dykes and Cannon as Chris Dawson's going to lead lap number 1 in the 7X. Dawson, Hennigan, Cannon, Dykes, and McCreary in the top 5 cars right now as they're 3 wide for 6 between the pair of Gaddises and Manuel Williams II. Momentarily, Williams II going to get the advantage in that battle. As always, keep your eyes on the 91 of Joe Duval in the Lion Credit Card Drive WFX number 91 machine as he is quickly working his way into the 8th spot from the 12th place starting position. So it's Dawson, Hennigan, Dykes, Cannon, And here comes Kenny Gaddis looking to the outside of McCreary down the back straightaway, going to try to take away the top 5 position. At the line, McCreary still got it by a nose. Gaddis going to power to the top of turns 1 and 2, and he's going to get a giant run down the back straightaway. He may get Cannon for 4th as well as Hennigan starts to work the top as he's tracking down Dawson, the race leader. Gaddis does get Cannon. He's going to go from 6th to 4th on that lap. Williams Sr. going to take a slight detour through the infield, but we're going to stay green. Here comes Chris Hennigan on the top. Very rare at Arklatex Speedway that you see the 16 machine on the top, but the 7X is running his line, so he can't quite get there. So he's got to go where he ain't, and he's going to throw it up top. Here comes Hennigan as Dawson continues to lead in the 7X. 8 laps down, slide job from Chris Hennigan. Dawson back to the inside, and they're going to go side by side down the back straightaway for a second as the caution flag going to wave, interrupting a great battle for the race lead as Lindsey Province and Richie Ginn around in turn number 4. So we have 7 laps down, 23 laps to go for the USRA American Racer Modified Series. Once again, we are going to run tomorrow afternoon. Our weekly Genuine RV Modifieds are going to race for $1,000 to win, and a bunch of these drivers told me they plan on staying for tomorrow afternoon's racing action. And with a racetrack like we got tonight, folks, why wouldn't you? They're 3 wide all over the place. I'm sure the factory stocks will be 4 wide later on tonight, and these modifieds may get 4 wide. But for now, Chris Dawson has the advantage over the 16 of Chris Hennigan, who is yet to lose a race here at the Speedway this year. I believe he is 6 for 6 so far this season. And now Tristan Dyke is the second most recent ARMS winner on the outside of the second row right now, as carnage ensues once again. Looked like that may have been a chain reaction. Dyke has tried to go a little bit earlier, had to get on the brake. It may have just been a bottled up chain reaction throughout the field as cars began to slam on the brake and some began to hit the gas pedal, and looks like just ended up turning the 12 of Jason Ingalls. And from there, a few other cars piled in, and the 55 of Nathan Hager going to have a right front flat tire as he pulls to the infield. Unfortunate break right there for the 55 machine out of Adair, Oklahoma. That's Nathan Hager. So lights are out. Here we go again. Dawson back out front. Hennigan and Dykus right behind him with Gaddis and Cannon making up the top 5 cars right now. See if Tristan Dykus will throw it to the top side of the speedway. And he does just that through turns 1 and 2. Can he get the run to the outside of Hennigan? He's going to go to the outside of Hennigan. They're door to door as Joe Duvall quickly working his way. And here comes the 91 machine of Joe Duvall. He's into the top 5 now. Here comes Big Daddy Joe Duvall in the 91 machine. Great battle up front between Dawson, Dykus, and Hennigan as Duvall goes side by side with Gaddis for the 4th spot. 3 wide, 4-7. Cannon, McCreary, and Williams the second. Here comes Tristan Dykus as well as Chris Hennigan. They're closing in on the 7X of Chris Dawson as Gaddis and Duvall continue to run side by side. Here he comes off the top side of the speedway. Great run for Dykus. Can't quite pull it off yet. Dawson working the bottom of the speedway. Dykus trying to work the top and get the momentum. Here comes the TaylorMade 14T. He's going to throw it in hard to turns 3 and 4. Trying to roll off the cushion. And here comes Dykus to the lead. Dykus, Dawson, Hennigan, Gaddis, and Duvall, your top 5. And now Hennigan going to try to throw it to the top as well. He saw the success that Dykus had. He's going to try to do the same, as well as Kenny Gaddis. Dawson hanging tough on the inside. We got 2 distinct lanes working right now. As Manuel Williams Sr. pulls to the infield, his night will conclude with that move. Here comes Dawson back to the inside again. Hennigan going to try to cross under him. Headed into turns 1 and 2. Here comes Chris Hennigan into the 16. What a move from Hennigan. Going to slow down and sling it into the turn, take away the 2nd spot. And now Hennigan's on his famous line that he runs so much here at Arclitech Speedway. Dawson going to give him a push heading into turns 1 and 2. Those 2 drivers racing really hard with each other right now. As the 14T of Dykus leads with halfway down, halfway to go this time. 15 laps to go for Dykus, and here comes Hennigan to the inside. Duvall now has the 4th spot over Gaddis, as Williams II is now running in the 6th position. Great battles all over the speedway as Dawson goes over the edge of turn 3 and 4. Caution flag going to wave as the 6X left the ballpark. Excuse me, the 7X. Chris Dawson tried to go to the top side, and he just went right over the edge of turns 3 and 4, and the caution flag going to wave with 16 laps down, 14 laps to go. 7X is rolling back towards the speedway. That's a good sign. Good to see that that car is not torn up. Stayed on all 4 wheels. And now we get to watch him put on a show from the back side of the field. So race fans, what do we think out there? Is the 14T of Tristan Dykus going to hold on and win another arms race here at Arclitech Speedway? Does anyone think that Chris Hennigan's going to win again? What about the 91 of Joe Duval from the 12th place starting position? Or maybe another regular here, the 2G of Kenny Gaddis. Manuel Williams the second, also right there in the running. Just speaks to the quality of our local drivers here, as when we have regional series such as ARMS come, our weekly drivers are right up front with them, as we currently have 3 of the top 5 cars in the running are our weekly Genuine RV modified drivers. So it's Dykes, Hennigan, and Duval, followed by Gaddis and Williams the second, as we got 14 laps to settle this here at the land of the 3 wide. Hennigan going to work the bottom. He's going to get a good run coming out of 2. He'll stay ahead of Duval as here comes Williams the second to the 4th spot. Can Lil Man pull it off? Dykes, Hennigan, Duval, Williams, and Tommy Cannon works his way back into the top 5 as he's now flanked by 2 Gaddises. Hennigan on the inside, working the line that he always works here at Arcliffe Speedway. A rarity to see him on the high side like we did earlier in the race. Now the 14T of Dykes trying to switch things up. He goes towards the middle. Doesn't seem to have hurt him. Not sure if it helped him either. So now he knows that's an option as Dykes continues to lead. Dykes, Hennigan, Duval, Williams, and Gaddis are top 5 once again, as Hennigan applying all kinds of pressure to the TaylorMade 14T. Slight bobble from the 14T, but he's still got the lead. He's got the momentum off the top side of the speedway. Here comes Hennigan to the inside. Side by side, Dykes is going to use the outside to power back around the 16. And Hennigan going to sling it back onto the inside of turns 3 and 4. Once again, what a race fans. Dykes and Hennigan putting on a clinic here at Arcliffe Speedway. Hennigan going to throw it back to the top. Dykes ring in the middle. Hennigan going to look for the momentum that Dykes had earlier. And we'll see what the 16 of Hennigan can do. Still Dykes and Hennigan, they're extending their lead over the 91 of Duval now. As Hennigan back to the top side once again. He's going to get a run down the back straightaway. Dykes still has the lead as we're coming down to it. Going to be 8 laps to go this time. Hennigan getting a bit high off the cushion that time. Lose some ground to the 14T of Dykes. Best battle on the speedway right now is a side-by-side battle for the 5th spot. That's Kenny Gaddis and Tommy Cannon, as Jade Lusenberg has worked his way up into the 7th spot, followed by Sean Gaddis, Tyler Townsend, and James McCreary rounding out the top 10. So Dykes and Hennigan out front. Clearly the class of the field so far tonight, as Dawson's trying to work his way back through the field. Here comes Hennigan to the inside once again. He's going to catch the inside of that berm with his left front. Propels him to get the momentum coming out of turn number 2. Here is Hennigan on the inside as we have 4 laps to go this time. Dykes and Hennigan putting on a clinic, a classic if you will, here at Arcliffe Speedway. Hennigan going to throw it back to the top. Whoever wins this one is going to earn it, folks, as Dykes running the bottom now, Hennigan to the top. 3 laps to go. Once again, Dykes on the inside. Here comes Chris Hennigan to the outside. 2 laps to go this time. Hennigan going to try to squeeze between Dykes and the wall. Not enough space there. Going to the top. Dykes through the middle, down the back straightaway. Hennigan's going to take the lead. And the hometown fans in Vivian going nuts as Hennigan back to the race lead, followed by Dykes to the white flag. One final trip around the land of the 3 wide. He's going to throw it to the top, go around Jeremy LeCaux, and he's going to gap Dykes down the back straightaway. Race fans, he's done it again. Out of Marshall, Texas, it's the 16, Chris Hennigan. Tristan Dyke is second. Joe Duval is third. Manuel Williams is second, finishing in the fourth spot. And Tommy Cannon rounds out the top 5. What a show from the American Racer Modified Series here at the land of the 3 wide. Test. Race fans, that's what you pay $20 to get in to see an absolute clinic from the American Racer Modified Series here at the land of the 3 wide. All right, race fans, let him hear you. The hometowner, it's Chris Hennigan back in victory lane here at Arclatech Speedway. All right, Chris, tell us about that race. You started on the front, faded back to second or third, worked your way back up there. We saw you on the top of the speedway, which is not normally a Hennigan thing out here. So tell us about this racetrack and that race.
Yeah, I think they all knew I was going to be on the bottom, and they got to trying to block a little bit, so it kind of opened it up for me. You can race all over this thing. It was a blast, and them guys from Dallas, they ain't no joke. They're good guys.
So tell us how you were getting through turns 1 and 2. It looked like you would hook the inside of your left front into the curb and somehow use that to propel you through turns 2.
Yeah, I was just trying to get as low as I can and just let them see me down there and kind of move them down, and then, try to go around the top. And I was a little slower down there in the hooking it, but I guess we got the job done.
All right, I'm sure you're going to be here tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we plan on it.
All right, we'll give you a chance to thank everyone who helps you out on that race car.
It was Panel Trust, but it's Genuine RV now. They changed TQC, Career Search, Southern Roofing, Hibbs Funeral Home, my wife and kids, J&J Motorsports, Southern Supply, Steve Hertz. I know there's some missing. It ain't here, so I can look at it. So Rollo's Auto Sales, Abel's Trucking. They do water trucks for all the racetracks, and he helps me out, and it's pretty fun.
All right, race fans, let them hear you. Once again, win again, Chris Hennigan back in victory lane at the land of the 3 wide. All right, race fans, next up it will be the $1,000 to win crate late model A feature. So it's now time for the $1,000 to win crate late model race. Crate late model A feature, I should say. So on the pole in the yard services, little works in progress. Allen's Automotive. Harmon's Towing 21, that's going to be David Winslet. To his outside, the 18-year-old out of Bridge City, Texas. That's the Chase Breezy ride of the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. To the inside of row number 2 out of Texarkana, that's the Catman in the Bulletproof Tees WW Timber number 5. To his outside out of Houghton, Louisiana, the Black Diamond Race Cars number 54G, that's Garrett Gibson. To the inside of row number 3, BJ Robinson in the 1. Tim Eves Sr. to his outside. On the inside of row number 4, that's going to be Garen Lindsay. Lindsay in the 24 tonight to his outside. That's going to be the 27 of Chase Del Rio. 15 is Clayton Stuckey. The 1X is Chris Gardner. 57A of Austin DuPont. 9R Baron Prince. 3 of Seth Trawick. The 57 is Chad DuPont. 00 is James Shirley. The F9 is Mark Powell. 7S of Brent Stewart. The 15G of Jeff Larry. 39 is Jim Spurlock. The 76B is Ethan Bryant, and the 14 junior, Michael King Jr. 20 laps, $1,000 to the winner, and we're underway for the crate late models. Great start from BJ Robinson as he looks to the inside of John Mitchell. As race fans, we just got a classic in the modifieds. We may very well get the same here in the late models. And they're going to be 3 wide exiting turn number 4 as Winslet leads, followed by Neal Jr. and Robinson. They're going to go 3 wide out of the exit of turn number 2. Winslet still ahead. Here comes Neal to the outside. BJ on the inside. 3 wide, and Corey Neal Jr. takes the lead. BJ Robinson on the inside, as he usually is in his DP Motorsports number 1 machine. Here comes BJ to the inside. High side momentum paying dividends so far for the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. So it's Neal, Robinson, Winslet, Mitchell, and Eves, your top 5 cars right now. As caution flag waves for the 7S of Brent Stewart as he is collected into the turn 1 wall. James Shirley going to spin after the caution flag was waved. Couldn't quite get checked up in time. Had to spin to avoid tearing up some race cars. But the caution was already out, so James Shirley should get his spot back. So lights are out, 4 laps down, 16 laps to go. Excuse me, the light is not out. We're going to go one more time around before we restart this race. So it's Corey Deal Jr. out front, followed by B.J. Robinson, David Winslet, John Mitchell, Tim Eves, Chase Del Rio, Garrett Gibson, Garen Lindsay, Clay Stuckey, and the 9R of Baron Prince rounds out the top 5, or top 10, I should say. As we had a great 3-wide battle throughout the first 3 laps there with Neil Robinson and Winslet. As I'm sure the Catman John Mitchell about to throw his hat into the ring and get involved in a 4-car battle for the race lead, as well as multiple other strong cars throughout the field. And we're back underway. Neil going to get a good start. Here comes Robinson to his inside. Here comes B.J. Robinson to the inside down the back straightaway. The one in the 71 going to go side by side down the back straightaway. As they're 3 wide beyond, deeper in the pack. Here comes Robinson, but Neil still got the lead. Hard to find much more poise from a young racer than you can find in the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. Completely unfazed so far by B.J. Robinson. Here comes John Mitchell. He takes the 3rd spot away from the 21 of David Winslet. As Garrett Gibson going to throw it to the top of the speedway in his 54G machine. Corey Neal seems to be better on a long run. BJ may be stronger on a restart. So we'll see how that plays into the results of this A feature. Corey working the outside. He's going to tap the wall down the front straightaway. Doesn't look like it caused any damage to the 71, but we'll find out as the race continues. Robinson going to stay glued to the hub of the racetrack as Neil bumps through turns 3 and 4 in his 71. Corey Neal Jr. was a winner here at the Speedway last season in limited modifying action. Looking for his first crate late model win here at the land of the 3 wide. Side-by-side battle for the 7th spot. 6th spot, I should say. That's Garen Lindsay and Chase Del Rio side-by-side. As the 71 machine going to grab the wall once again. See how the youngster will do in lap traffic with the veteran of B.J. Robinson on his tail. Here comes Robinson to the inside once again. Neil still powering around the top. BJ going to get a good run through turns 1 and 2. As they dispose of the slower car, the 76B of Ethan Bryant. Those 2 cars setting a blistering pace out in front of the field. Great battles all throughout the track for different positions. You got to keep your eyes on the race lead as Corey Neal Jr. leads barely over the one of B.J. Robinson right now. B.J. gonna get pinned behind the 14 junior of Michael King Jr. That may be the move that seals it for Corey Neal Jr. Now B.J. gonna have to go to the top side to get around King, but he's gonna dive right back to the inside where he finds the grip, and he's gonna try to get his run back. As Neal goes to the outside of the 3 of Seth Traywick. To deal with Traywick as well as the 39 and the F9 as Traywick spins right in front of Robinson. Robinson tends to appears to have hopped over the front nose of the 3 machine. We'll see if there is damage to the one of B.J. Robinson. The tire still has air and does not appear to have any damage to the number 1 machine. So the 3 of Seth Traywick in the Mosquito Authority Salt Racks number 3 out of West Monroe spins right in front of your 2nd place car of B.J. Robinson. It's like B.J. trying to get some input from the pit stands, but now he's going to pull off the speedway. And B.J. Robinson pulling to the pits. He's going to expire the one machine. So 15 laps in, we're going to have 5 laps to go. So far, the 18-year-old's been in control the whole time. That's Corey Neal Jr. in the 71. But now he's got another super late model veteran right on his tail. That's now the Catman, the 5 machine of John Mitchell. David Winslet there. He's got multiple wins as well as winning the battle at Boot Hill. Over at Boot Hill Speedway, $3,000 to win. As Tim Eves Jr. runs in the 4th spot with Garen Lindsay and Chad DuPont right there battling for the top 5. So a strong run from Chad DuPont so far as he has worked his way from 16th to 6th. And he'll be flanked by Clay Stuckey. Started from the 9th spot. He now runs 7th. As we got 5 laps to go to see if the Bridge City Texan of Corey Neal Jr. can lead all 20 and hold off the field. Green flag waves. He's going to diamond, get a good bit of momentum. Headed into turns 1 and 2. He's going to work through the bottom this time. As they're 3 wide for the 5th spot between Gibson, Lindsay, and DuPont. As Winslet and Mitchell go side by side for the 2nd spot. Doesn't look like anybody other than Robinson has anything for the 71 of Neal. Corey Neal Jr. starting to distance himself from the 2nd place car of John Mitchell. As Garrett Gibson busts into the top 5 of his 54G machine. Gibson finding the top side of the speedway. As the 3 cars in front of him all work in the bottom, he's going to try to work like Corey Neal. As we got carnage in turns 3 and 4. As Shirley and Powell collide, collecting Prince and Bryant. So 17 laps down, 3 laps to go for the Bridge City Texan. That's the 71. Corey Neal Jr. looking for his first crate late model win here at Arklatex Speedway. John Mitchell still running in the 2nd spot, followed by David Winslet, Tim Eves Sr., and Garrett Gibson now rounding out the top 5. So race fans, once again, the crate late model is going to run for another $1,000 to win. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to start hot laps at 3:30, racing at 4. And have the same divisions as tonight. Hopefully we have most of the same cars back and as good as a racetrack as we have tonight. And it'll be one heck of a show for $10. Once again, Race on Texas will not be here tomorrow. So if you want to see the show tomorrow, you have to come to the Speedway. So the lights are out. We got 3 laps to settle the $1,000 to win crate late model A feature. The first crate late model race here at the Speedway in 2022. We're going to see if Corey Neal Jr. can get his first crate late model win here at the Speedway. He does have crate late model wins. He has not won here at Arclotech Speedway. Is John Mitchell going to get a better restart that time? What can John Mitchell in the 5 pull off on the inside of the Speedway? 2 laps to go this time as Gibson works his way into the 4th spot. Pounding the cushion in the 54G. He's going to go to the top, try to see if he can pick off Winslet for the 3rd spot. White flag this time for the 71. Corey Neal Jr. got 2 sets of turns to complete this time. As he goes down the back straightaway, going to extend his lead over the 5 of John Mitchell. Through the tops of turns 3 and 4. Once again, the 18-year-old Corey Neal Jr. takes the win. John Mitchell, David Winslet, Garrett Gibson, and Garen Lindsay round out your top 5. Strong run from Chad DuPont as well, going 16th to 6th. Race fans, let him hear you as he climbs out of the car. Corey Neal Jr. in the 71. So race fans, I actually misspoke. He has not won a crate late model race before tonight. So give it up for Corey Neal Jr. on his first ever crate late model feature win. All right, Corey, first we're going to give you an opportunity to thank everyone you got to thank on this race car.
I'd like to thank Chase Breezy for letting me drive his car. My Uncle Chad, Curtis the Sons Companies, Mark and Sandra First Class Septic, R&L Truck Repair, all-in-one plumbing, Brandy, just everybody that supports this deal and makes this happen.
All right, so you got the one tonight. Are you going to come back tomorrow and look for the sweep?
No, we're not coming back home or tomorrow tonight. We got work Monday, so we got to take care of that.
All right. So tell us about this racetrack.
This is awesome. It's probably one of my favorite racetracks. around here. It was slick top to bottom. I don't know where everyone else was running, but I was running bottom 1 and 2 and top in 3 and 4, and it was really slick and really fun. I haven't raced on a track like that in a while, so it was really fun.
All right, so we're going to try to get the crate lay medals on the schedule a little bit more. Can this be a frequent trip for you?
I hope so. They say the first win's the hardest, so hopefully we can keep knocking them out.
All right, race fans, let him hear you. The 18-year-old, it's Corey Neal Jr. with his first crate late model win of his career. Race fans, if you're headed out, we understand, but we still got 3 more races, the USRA Factory Stocks, the USRA Limiteds, and the front-wheel drive. But race fans, before you head out, can we get a round of applause for Rollo Pilkington for this racetrack tonight? 3 wide, 4 wide, all over the place. With unexpected rain this week, this is by far the best track we've had all year here at the land of the 3 wide. So here is the USRA Factory Stock A main. On the pole, it's the 36J, Justin Whitehead in the WW Timber 36J. To his outside, it's Club 20 Neil Kemp. Inside of row 2, that's Bo Perry. To his outside, Bubba Jones, Scotty Case, Dalton Dubois, Sean Graham, Chris Hennigan. Race fans, this is a field for about $5,000, running for roughly around $400 or $500 tonight. Jeffrey Boucher, Colin Hodges, Mike Wells, Jeff Hammett, Peyton Daughtery, David Edwards, Cole Burleson, Dawson Moore, Hayden Brown, Stoney Dubois, Ryan Green, and Jason Ingalls. Once again, thanks to LBK Luxury Pools, making this race $100 to start tonight. And we're green with Whitehead and Kemp on the front row. Whitehead gonna bobble. Here comes Kemp looking to the outside down the back straightaway, but Whitehead's got the advantage. Perry and Jones door to door for the 3rd spot. And they're now going to be 3 wide momentarily, but Kemp gets the momentum going back again, and he'll take the 2nd spot back. Problems for Cole Burleson in the 22 as he's going to stop on the berm of the inside berm of the Speedway. We're going to stay under green flag conditions for now. They're 3 wide for the 2nd spot between Kemp, Jones, and Perry. And now the caution flag going away for the 22 of Cole Burleson. So we got 1 lap in of 20 as the caution flag waved for the 22 of Cole Burleson. So once again, 1 lap complete, 19 to go as Justin Whitehead has the race lead, followed by the Club 20 of Neil Kemp. The 12, that's Bo Perry, Bubba Jones in B21, and multiple-time winner here this season, Scotty Case in the J27. Had 40 factory stocks check in tonight, and we got the best 20 right here ready to do battle. Lights are out. We're going to go to the green flag this time. Kemp going to throw a slider on the 12 of Perry. They're all over the speedway already. Most of the cars gravitating towards the bottom right now. I'm not sure if anyone's tried out the top yet. Bo Perry working more towards the middle as Whitehead edges further ahead of the 20 of Kemp. Here comes Bo Perry creeping further towards the top side of the speedway. We'll see if anybody will throw it up there and if they'll have the power to make that line work. Obviously a lot different in a late model than a factory stock. We'll see if anyone can make the top side work. So it's Whitehead, Kemp, Jones, Perry, and Case, your top 5 right now. And here comes Sean Graham to the inside of Scotty Case down the back straightaway. Sean Graham going to try to take away the 5th spot. Can't make it happen yet as Whitehead continues to lead. So Sean Graham works his way around the Battle Wagon race car, J27 of Scotty Case, and he's now into the top 5. As Jeffrey Bechet stopped on the infield near the exit of turn 2, not sure what's going on with the 4 there, and the caution flag's going to wave. So 6 laps into the USRA Factory Stock A feature so far. The running order towards the front has not changed so far, other than Sean Graham working his way from the 7th starting spot into the top 5. We got 14 more laps to see if anybody's got anything for Justin Whitehead in the 36J. We'll see if anyone will try to throw their car to the top side of the speedway and see what happens. Kemp going to give a shot to Whitehead. A few buddies there in the 36J and the 20. Neil Kemp going to let him know he's there. Here comes Sean Graham in the Triple X as Bo Perry and Bubba Jones go side by side for the 3rd spot. You got an Outlaw race car followed by an Outlaw race car. Then you got a Laser chassis in the 12 of Bo Perry. Bubba Jones and an Outlaw in the B21, and a Dominator for Triple X of Sean Graham. Kemp trying to find a way to work up the kind of momentum that the 36J is getting, and he's closing in. Chris Hennigan now working his way to the outside of Sean Graham, going to try to take the 5th spot, as Hennigan has begun, I should say, to work the top side. Graham still has 5th, but here comes Hennigan, going to get a good run through 1 and 2. Try to get the momentum down the back straightaway. He'll power to the outside of Graham, and he may get Perry as well. Can Chris Hennigan sweep the night between the modified and the factory stock? So Whitehead still leads. Kemp is right there within striking distance in the Club 20. Bubba Jones a few car lengths back, followed by Bo Perry. As Chris Hennigan and Sean Graham still side by side for the 5th spot. Graham still has it at the line each time. Here comes Jeff Hammett in the 13th. Hammett started from the 12th spot. He's now running 7th. As here goes Hennigan. He's really going to commit to the top side this time. As Ryan Green going to pull a full donut off the exit of turn 2 and keep moving. So here comes Chris Hennigan to the outside of Bo Perry. He's going to take the 4th spot down the back straightaway. Got 7 laps to see if he can get up to the front and see if he can use that high side momentum to get around the 3 white Outlaw cars right in front of him. So Whitehead and Kemp still running the bottom, as well as Jones. Chris Hennigan on the top side of the Speedway trying to work up the momentum. Running out of laps, but the C16 is coming for the 3rd spot. That's the B21 of Bubba Jones, currently holding the 3rd position over the C16 of Chris Hennigan. So here comes Hennigan to the outside of Jones, trying to take away the 3rd spot as Whitehead has extended his lead over the 20th Kemp. Jones still has 3rd, Hennigan's 4th, Bo Perry 5th. Followed by Jeff Hammett, Sean Graham, Peyton Daugherty, Hayden Brown, and the J27 of Scotty K. Strong runs from the youngsters of Peyton Daugherty, and Hayden Brown. As Hennigan takes 3rd this time. C16 may have enough to win it, but he's probably going to run out of laps unless he can get assistance in the form of a caution flag. Now he's looking to the outside of the Club 20 of Neil Kemp, but there's just 2 laps to go this time. And again, definitely got more momentum coming out of the turns in the Club 20, and he may be able to get Kemp before this is over with. But not going to have enough time to get to the 36J of Justin Whitehead without some help. White flag this time for the 36J. And Ryan Green right in front of the race leader. That's the 9G. Justin going to go to the inside. Whitehead runs through the bottom of turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Taking the win, Justin Whitehead in 36J. Neil Kemp 2nd, Chris Hennigan is 3rd. Bubba Jones and Jeff Hammett round out the top 5. Race fans, let him hear you once again. It's the 36J, Justin Whitehead. All right, Justin, let's give you a chance to thank everybody who helps you on this race car.
Best Engines, of course, WW Timber, Quachita River Rentals, Race on Texas, Don Willie Racecraft, for JRT.com, Miller's Automotive, Team 5 Enterprise, Custom Coatings and Fabrication, American Elevators, Vine Constructions, Briscoe's Windows, Pro One Transmission, A&T Delivery, my wife, my two daughters, Kayla and Aspen, Club 20 Suspension, of course, Custom Coatings and Fabrication as well.
All right, tell us about this racetrack and how it played into your abilities tonight.
Starting pole was a huge one. It kind of locked up for us. I assume we was all right around the bottom after looking at lap traffic going right around the bottom. I see probably Chris made some passes on the top, but we had a all right car. It wasn't that great. We'll hopefully get better tomorrow.
All right, that was the next question. So you're going to be back to go for the average finish bonus, sponsored by Magnolia Gray Boutique and more.
Oh yeah, maybe me and Neil can race for that.
All right, give it up once again for the 36J of Justin Whitehead. And a special thanks to Tammy and Benji White with Magnolia Gray Boutique and more, as well as Magnolia Gray Suites for sponsoring $250 bonus to the highest average finish for the USRA factory stocks between tonight's show and tomorrow afternoon's show. Next up will be the USRA Limited Modified A feature presented by Bulletproof Tees. Also have an average finish bonus for them, sponsored by Randy Pilkington at East Texas Septic Systems. Once again, that's a $250 bonus to the driver with the highest average finish between tonight and tomorrow. So here we go, race fans. It is the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified A feature. Have a star-studded field as usual here in the Arklatex for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. So on the pole, it's going to be the Sugarland Garden number K1. That's Stephen Guidry to his outside. Adam Roy, Connor Williams in 47cc. Aaron Roy, 35. BJ Moore in the 00. Stephen Hogan in the 18. Brent Tidwell in 20. Dustin Durham in 99. Michael King Jr., 14 Junior. And Jake Huggabee in the 18J. Your top 10 starting cars. And we are underway. Adam Roy going to power to the top of the speedway as Stephen Guidry works the bottom. Side by side down the back straightaway. Roy going to throw it to the top, just as Corey Neal did in the late model. Going to try to get a run as Stephen Guidry leads lap number 1. Once again, what a great track tonight as they're now 3 wide for the third spot as they're 2 wide for the lead. Aaron Roy, BJ Moore, and Connor Williams going to go side by side for the third spot as Adam Roy takes the lead this time at the flag stand over the K1 of Guidry. Guidry got to power back to the inside. Roy on the outside still, and Aaron Roy, the brother, trying to come join the party. Adam got a little bit loose there on the exit of 4, and Guidry's going to take advantage and take the lead back. Adam Roy trying to work up the momentum as Guidry's going to slide up, try to take his line. Guidry to the top, followed by Adam Roy and Aaron Roy. Connor Williams, BJ Moore round out the top 5. Followed by Brent Tidwell, Stephen Hogan, Dustin Durham. Yes, Dustin Durham. Michael King Jr. and Connor Williams. We got Dustin Durham and Derek Durham. I believe Derek's the one that just got back into racing in the factory stop. So Stephen Guidry going to extend his advantage in the K1. Now most cars are on the top side of the speedway. Adam going to try to diamond off the turns 1 and 2, try to see if he can make up some ground that way. Have Stephen Hogan and Connor Williams go side by side. And we got 2 spun around down in the bottom of turns 1 and 2. That's Taylor and Beckham. The caution flag going to wave for the 88 of Dustin Taylor and the OB of Hayden Beckham. So 6 laps down, 14 to go as the Sugarland Garden and Soil number K1 of Stephen Guidry out front. K1 also sponsored by Joel's Auto Sales. Got the 3rd place car in USRA National Points. Running in the 2nd spot, that is the 2 of Adam Roy. Alongside his brother, currently sits 6th in National. That's the 35 of Aaron Roy. So Guidry, Roy, Williams, and Moore are going to get us back underway. 4 of the top 5 cars, actually the cars running 2nd through 5th, are all way high on the point standings for the National USRA Limited Modified points. Aaron Roy going to power to the outside of his brother Adam as Guidry trying to set sail on the field in the K1. Here comes the Shongaloo Racer 47cc of Connor Williams. Looking to the inside of the 2 of Adam Roy. Connor Williams is 18th in national points for the USRA Limited Modifieds. So we got 4 cars in the top 20 in national points battling in the top 5 right now. So it's Stephen Guidry, Aaron Roy, Adam Roy, Brent Tidwell, and BJ Cook now. It's the 20 of Tidwell coming on strong midway through this A feature. 3 wide, deeper in the pack momentarily between Stephen Hogan, Michael King Jr., and Andrew Rossum. As here comes Brent Tidwell to the inside of the 2 of Adam Roy. Tidwell may have something figured out in that 20 machine. Contact with the front straightaway wall for the K1 of Stephen Guidry. So Guidry continues to lead, followed by Aaron Roy. Brent Tidwell, Adam Roy, and BJ Moore, I should say, round out the top 5. Connor Rewarn going to have a tire slip over the edge of turns 3 and 4, but he's going to keep the momentum as him and Andrew Lawson go side by side. Guidry way up on the edge of turns 3 and 4 as well, flirting with disaster on the cushion over there. As there are 6 laps to go for the K1. Tidwell trying to mount a charge on the 35 of Aaron Roy for the second spot. As this time Guidry going to play it a little bit safer and move further down the speedway. Here comes Tidwell. Guidry, Aaron Roy, Brent Tidwell, Adam Roy, and BJ Moore in the top 5 cars. As the 36 of Connor Newborn starting to get momentum worked up on the top side of the speedway. We got Logan Griffin around on the exit of turn number 4. Caution flag going to wave for the L17 as Connor Reborn pulls off the speedway in 36. Randy Pilkington and East Texas Septic Systems for sponsoring the highest average finish bonus for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Once again, that's going to be a $250 bonus tomorrow for the highest average finish of the USRA Limited Modifieds. And as stated in Victory Lane down there with Justin Whitehead, Magnolia Gray Boutique and more, as well as Magnolia Gray Sweets, has sponsored the Hard Charger and a highest average finish bonus for the USRA factory stocks. So we got 16 laps down, 4 laps to go for the K1 of Stephen Guidry. We'll see if the 20 of Brent Tidwell's got anything up his sleeve. So to the outside of Aaron Roy. Guidry going to power through the top. Roy on the bottom. Here comes Tidwell to his outside. BJ Moore going to work around the 2 of Adam Roy. Working his way into the 4th spot. Guidry on the top. Here comes Tidwell looking around the edge of the 35 of Roy. Tidwell going to use a high side advantage to extend to a 4 or 5 car length advantage over Aaron Roy in the 35. But Roy trying to run the bottom, can't quite stick it. That's contact between Durham and Rossum. Further on in the field, here comes Tim Jr. to the outside of Durham, trying to capitalize on the contact. So Guidry has distanced himself. Now the race is for second. The team between Roy and Tidwell as the white flag waves for the K1 of Stephen Guidry. Here comes Tidwell to the inside of Aaron Roy. As they go down the back straightaway for the final time, Guidry uncontested. He'll rip the top of 3 and 4 once again. The K1 of Stephen Guidry takes the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified feature. Aaron Roy, Brent Tidwell, BJ Moore, and Andrew Rossum, your top 5. Race fans, once again, we have one more race tonight. That's going to be the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. They often put on the best race of the night. So it might be worth sticking around an extra 5 to 10 minutes to see if you can find yourself a photo finish for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. If not, we hope you'll join us tomorrow afternoon. Hot Laps 3:30 racing at 4 o'clock. $10 to get in. As we're going to have another great night of racing with $1,000 to win for the USRA Modifieds and $1,000 to win for the Crate Late Models. Here he comes climbing out of the car out of Marksville. It's the K1 of Stephen Guidry. All right, Stephen, we're going to give you an opportunity to thank everyone that helps you on this race car.
First of all, I got to thank my mom and my fiance Erica. They're a big part of this operation and keep me going every week. My boy, Big Sexy Cortland Smith, he put in a bunch of hours this week helping me get this thing right. I got to thank K1 Contractors, Joel's Auto Sales, Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials, Peyton Taylor Performance, River Runs Dirt Service, KG Sandblasting and Powder Coating, Peaches Race Engines, 41 Shocks, Team Cohen, J&J Motorsports, Tiger Lake Livestock, A&M Cattle, JCR Components, and TCC Carburetors.
All right, you're going to be back here tomorrow to go for the extra $250 bonus from the East Texas Septic Systems?
If I didn't have to be at work bright and early 6 o'clock Monday morning, I would definitely be here, but I'm going to have to pull out. Thank you all for everybody who did stick around and watch a great race, and hope to see y'all again soon.
How about this racetrack?
Me and this place have always had a love-hate relationship. I mean, I was out front on my own and put it in the front straightaway wall. So this place gets tricky, and we keep fighting.
Give it up for him one more time, race fans. Winner of the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified A feature, Stephen Guidry in the K1. All right, race fans, once again, we got one more race tonight. That's the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, 17 cars ready to put on a show. If you are headed out, we understand, but we'd like for you to join us tomorrow afternoon. Once again, we're going to start at 4 o'clock. Hopefully get us a nice program in. Hopefully be done around 10 to 11. As we will have all the same divisions as tonight, and hopefully just as good of a racetrack to display their talents on. So here is the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder A feature. Last race of the night. Got Jack DuPont on the pole in 06, Hunter Armstrong in the 25, Connor Cook in 22, Jackson Gallagher in the 46. That's Luke DuPont in the 05, Steve McEachern in the 0. Ben McDuff in F5, Amanda Cook in 21, Clay Gardner in the 1X, Kayla Strom in the 72K, Eddie Brewer in the 10, Austin Davis in the 9, Billy Smith in the 18S out of West Monroe. The K5 out of Atlanta, Texas, that's Candace Roberts. To her outside is going to be the Dangerfield Texan, the 48 of Mark Crawley. And the final row will be the 69 of Cade Gardner and the 2 of Austin Marshall. Looks like Austin not going to make the call in his Cal 2 car. So 15 laps for the front-wheel drive, 4 cylinders. Here we go. Jack DuPont going to get the early race lead in the 06. So DuPont, Armstrong, Cook, Gallagher, and DuPont. Your top 5 cars early in this one. And here comes McEachern to the outside of Luke DuPont. Going to try to battle him for the 5th spot. Gallagher working to the outside of Cook. Going to take away the 3rd spot. As Cade Gardner seems to have problems in his 69 machine. But for now, it's Jack DuPont, Hunter Armstrong, Jackson Gallagher, Connor Cook, and Luke DuPont, your top 5 cars. As Cade Gardner going to pull off the Speedway in the 69 machine. Side by side for the 7th spot between Clay Gardner and the 18S of Billy Smith. Smith going to take that spot. Right now, Jack DuPont extending his lead. About a 10-car length advantage over the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. So your top 5 remains the same. McEachern is still 3rd. McEachern is still 6th, excuse me. Smith running in the 7th spot, followed by Gardner, Strom, and Brewer rounding out the top 10. Jackson Gallagher goes over the edge of turns 1 and 2 in his 46 machine. It's a fast fix dent repair number 46. But he's going to re-enter the Speedway and continue. So the 0 of Steve McEachern working his way into the top 4 as he gets around the 05. That's Luke DuPont. But Jack DuPont is out front by himself in the 06. Nearly a full straightaway advantage right now over the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. Looks like no one's got anything for the the 06 of Jack DuPont tonight. Surrounded by lap traffic, 2 laps to go this time for the 06 of Jack DuPont. He's going to make contact with the 1X of Clay Gardner as he gets by. quickly disposes of 4 lap cars, now one back, down the back straightaway. And they'll see the white flag this time in his 06 machine. Coming out of 4 for the final time, taking the win, it's the 06 of Jack DuPont. Hunter Armstrong, Connor Cook, Steve McEachern, and Luke DuPont round out the top 5. Race fans, he's climbing out of the car. Jack DuPont in 06 takes the front wheel drive 4-cylinder A feature. So, Jack, let us know who helps you out on this race car and gets you out front each week.
My uncle, DuPont Auto Service, Tomcat Transmissions, Edward Wright's Parts Peddler, Thompson Motorsports, my dad, and Golf Cart Palace.
Did you have any idea how big of a lead you had?
No, sir.
You were straightaway ahead of everybody. So how about this racetrack tonight?
I'm glad it got black because our cars run a lot better when it's black. It's just some lap cars got in the way a little bit.
So you going to be here tomorrow night?
Yes, sir. We should be.
All right. Give it up for him, the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder winner. It's Jack DuPont in the 06. Race fans, we thank you so much for joining us tonight. Once again, we are going to race Sunday afternoon, this afternoon, if you will. So we'll see y'all in about 15 hours.